Hello, you Eduardo.
How's it going?
Oh, not bad. I can't complain.
Oh, you can. Go ahead.
About yourself.
So it looks like we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Get on your job, Pam.
You're muted, Pam. Are you trying to join in?
She's meeting this
I'm
by.
ready. I am ready.
Okay. City Clerk is ready. Everybody else is ready. Welcome, everyone, to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Call the roll, please.
The time is 5:31. Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Present.
Councilmember Myrick,
Present.
Councilmember Willis, absent, and Mayor Budd.
Here.
Anyone would like to make a public comment on any of the following items the council will discuss in closed session, please raise your hand now by clicking on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. Or if you're joining us by phone, press the star key plus the 9. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: liability claims, Marla Vick versus City of Richmond, Roel Lopez, Randall Slidham, and Rebecca Slidham versus City of Richmond. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives are Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time unit, SEIU Local 1021, part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21, executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. And I'm looking at the screen and I do not see any hands raised to speak at this time.
Okay, just to confirm, no speakers.
Oh, I see one hand.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay. Ursula, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Our caller is Ben. Ben, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ben, go ahead.
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Ben Faulkner, Local 188, Richmond firefighter. There's a reason that firefighters are on duty 24 hours a day. Emergencies don't just happen between 9 and 5. And when they do, time matters. Fires double in size and intensity every minute. And the Richmond Fire Department prides itself on getting to the fire and extinguishing it as fast as possible, saving lives and saving homes. Eliminating a quarter of our firefighters on duty means longer response times to get to these fires, as crews may have to come all the way from other cities. Richmond's fire department will be stretched thin and likely be busy on other calls, including accidents, rescues, and medical emergencies. Fires aren't the only emergency where time is crucial. We typically are the first responders to arrive for CPR. And every 60 seconds that pass, the chance of survival drops by 10%. After only 4 minutes, brain damage begins to occur. Patients who suffer a stroke will lose 2 million brain cells every minute and suffer irreversible brain damage or death if not treated in a timely manner at the specialty hospital. These are emergencies that absolutely do happen and happen so often that I can't count how many that I've been to. Browning out or closing 2 crews is the same thing, and it means we would only have 6 crews on duty each day to respond to a city with a population of over 110,000 people. This is putting our community at an unnecessary risk. There are other options to balance the budget, and gambling on who gets to live and who doesn't should never be one of them. Thank you.
That was our only speaker.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session. I believe we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay. The regular meeting of the Richmond City Council is now convened. Call the roll, please.
And the time is 6:39. Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Present.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick, Councilmember Willis, Mayor Butt,
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis is absent.
He's muted.
Here,
Oh, he's
again,
muted? Okay. He's here.
Aye.
Thank
here
you.
twice.
Okay, so the council is full. Next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C, agenda review. Okay, no changes. And I'll just make this quick announcement. Anyone may make an oral comment, even if a written comment has previously been submitted. However, each speaker may only raise their hand once to make one oral public comment per agenda item. As we move through the agenda, I will announce the next item number and ask individuals who would like to address the council to raise their hand after the item is read into the record. The request to speak period on the item will be closed. And we will be holding open forum very shortly. Individuals who would like to address the council under open forum should raise their hand now by pressing the raise hand button, or if you're joining us by phone, press the *9 key. If you are speaking on a budget item, please wait for item G1. Next on the agenda is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening. I have no report this evening.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Good evening, members of the public and members of the City Council. I have two items for you this evening. The first is to let you know that the city has received a request from the Red Cross to hold a blood drive in the municipal auditorium. This drive is targeting donors who are African American because there is a particular shortage of blood that is suitable for African Americans who need it. And so that being the case, I have used my authority as the city manager to waive the fees for the use of that facility. And I just wanted to let you know that was happening. The second item I have for you this evening relates to conversation that occurred at the last City Council meeting and some statements that have been made regarding the prospect of the closure of fire stations in the city of Richmond. And I wanted to make the council aware that the city staff working with the mayor's office did issue a news release last Wednesday night, October 21st. And I'd just like to read it out loud so that everybody is aware of the facts as we see them. So I'm going to do that now. So this is a statement regarding false information about fire station closures in the city of Richmond. The city of Richmond has become aware that the Firefighters Union, IAFF Local 188, has issued communications to the community suggesting that the city plans to close one or more firehouses by November 1st, 2020. This is untrue. The city is currently working with the labor unions that represent the city's valuable workforce to negotiate financial accommodations to address the city's significant budget deficit. The labor contract between the city and Local 188 limits the negotiations to staffing issues. The city has made a proposal to Local 188 concerning that issue and is awaiting the union's response. Mayor Butt is quoted as saying, quote, "We are facing a very difficult budget situation, and everywhere we turn, we face unappealing choices. Our negotiators are working hard with all of the unions to find solutions that have the least impact on all the stakeholders affected by the situation," unquote. There are no imminent changes to the fire department's service to the Richmond community. For more information, please contact the Office of Mayor Tom Butt at 510-620-6503. And members of the public, members of the City Council, that concludes my report this evening. Thank you very much.
Next on the agenda is open forum, and I will repeat that if you are speaking on a budget item, you will have to wait for item G1 to be called. It looks like we have 12 speakers for open forum. Each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. Just let me read one comment that was received by 1 o'clock. They wanted to remind the council that they must speak with city staff before pulling any items from the consent calendar. And that's it for that. And I'll turn it over to Ursula to call the speakers.
Our first speaker is Kevin. Kevin, you have up to 2 minutes. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was greatly disturbed by the gas tanker fire that happened this weekend. I live in Hilltop. There was an evacuation notice that was sent out. There was no management of the traffic leaving. Some people were trapped in their cars trying to leave the neighborhood for 30 to 90 minutes. The fire had been ongoing for over an hour, or nearly an hour, when the evacuation was called. This was incredibly scary because it was reported as a chemical fire. The Office of Emergency Services Manager sent out a note on Nextdoor, which I didn't see, said that there was 2 tankers that had collided, whereas actually it was 1 tanker with two tanks. This is terrible information. Later on, after getting out of the neighborhood, I had to, I waited for all call of when it was clear. There was a stay in home order. And then at 6 o'clock, I called the city to find out if it was safe to return. There was no, we were not told anything about, I wasn't told anything if it was safe or not. They didn't know. I called again at 7-ish. Shortly after that, all call clear was sent out. Now, I am surprised that there wasn't hourly updates for us that live in the neighborhood to know when we could open up our windows, when we could return to our homes. Considering how many hundreds of of tankers go through our city, the fact that this was so badly managed that the police did not have anybody engaged in directing traffic out of the neighborhood for any of the streets, and CHP likely sent traffic through our streets. I find this frightening. You know, I seriously hope that this gets investigated and looked at, and plans are created, and wondering what plans that were created were not used. Now, you know, our lives were at stake potentially in this situation. Anyone within a half mile of this gas tanker. And it said originally it was a chemical tanker that was on fire, and it was an evacuation. I didn't know what kind of chemicals. Luckily, I'm prepared, but most people aren't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is someone from Richmond Firefighter Local 188. Please state your name and you may start. Hello, are you ready?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Jason Flaum, Secretary and Executive Officer, Richmond Firefighters Local 188.
What happened? Oh, no.
Firefighters participate in an alternate dispute resolution program, ADR, for workman's comp that over the past 3 years has saved the city nearly $1 million in expenses. In the program, the city and the firefighters share a portion of the cost savings. As of January 1st, 2020, the city owes the firefighters in excess of $350,000. We have offered to defer receiving that amount of money to help the city with the budget crisis, and we have received no response. Does the city actually have a budget crisis? And is the city willing to negotiate in good faith? We made a proposal to defer that money nearly 2 months ago and have heard nothing from the city. Thank you.
Okay, who is our next caller?
Our next caller is Thomas. Thomas, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Tom Phelps. I'm the business agent for Richmond Firefighters Local 188. Closing any fire companies is a mistake. This is a city that truly uses its fire department. We are already busy and have only been getting busier. The city's population is about 110,000. NFPA recommends 1 firefighter per 1,000 residents. That would put us around 110 firefighters. We're already down to 80. We're already spread thin and below the recognized recommendation for a city our size. Additionally, all you approved housing projects at 22nd and Nevin, Hilltop, the Marina, and Point Richmond, which will significantly increase the population of Richmond. Additionally, you have done nothing to combat the homeless crisis, which we are on the front lines of. They continue to generate 911 calls. The only discussion you should be having about our staffing is how to increase it. You received $1.3 million in CARES Act funding and gave 0 to the fire department. How can you possibly justify cutting us after that blatant misappropriation of funds? And let me be clear that a brownout is the same thing as a station closure. If you call 911, a company will not be responding from the browned out station. If you've been shot, your house is on fire, or a loved one is having a heart attack or a stroke, and you bang on the door of a browned out station, nobody will answer because it's closed. Again, browned out and closed mean the same thing. I said it last week and I'll say it again. Our call volume has gone up 1,000 calls a year in the last 4 years. That's a 4,000 call increase. Our population is rising. Wildfires are setting dangerous and deadly records, and we are in a pandemic. We do not have any companies to brown out or cut or close. It all means the same thing. Our residents will be waiting when they call 911, but the city manager won't be waiting because she doesn't live in the city where she's trying to slash 25% of the department. Thank you.
Our next caller is Josh. Josh, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Tate. I'm a proud member of Richmond Firefighters Local 188, and I am not in support of closing any fire companies. I don't know if you or your loved ones have ever had to call 911, but I want to take a second to explain the oath and the promise we have personally taken to you and the residents of Richmond. I hope to never have to answer your call for help. I hope that day never comes for you. The reality of it is that we don't think about these things until they're knocking on our door. For Richmond firefighters, it's a reality every time we go to work. We personally made you a promise we uphold every single time we are called to action. We promise to put you, your loved ones, and your property above everything else, including our family and our safety. Every day, the members of Richmond firefighters do incredible things without even second guessing. I have seen members deliver babies. I have seen members pump on the chest of individuals ranging from babies to adults attempting to resuscitate them. I have seen members stand the paths of inferno to protect your homes. I have seen members melt parts of their protective gear to pull someone to safety in a fire. I can promise you they were not thinking of their family at home or their safety when they were performing these tasks. They were thinking of you, possibly someone they have never met before. Please do not cut companies and allow us to uphold that promise to serve and protect the residents of Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jermaine Gomez. You may go ahead and start. Jermaine?
Yeah.
You can begin.
Okay. Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters Local 188. It's been 1 week since I spoke to this council. We've had 2 back-to-back structure fires with 3 people that had to be rescued from the 2nd story. We had the tanker fire, which you heard already on the freeway, fatal shooting, numerous medicals, and a baby delivered in El Sobrante. This is a game of Russian roulette that city leaders are playing with the Richmond residents, and it's going to get somebody hurt. You don't have the proper staffing, and we followed through on the proposed cuts, which we received a proposal from the city proposing 2 companies. So the misinformation is coming from somewhere else. This would have been a sad week for the residents of Richmond. This fire department has a minimum staffing clause because there's a minimum requirement to properly protect its residents. This is why the city and union leaders agreed back in 2009 because they didn't want to go back and put the residents in danger ever again. A brownout is the same as a station closure. No difference at all. If you don't have firefighters at the station, call it what you want, but the station is closed. And as far as concessions, we've given up raises, paid more into our retirement, and we were the first union to pay into OPEB. It is no secret that you balance the budget off the backs of your firefighters. That is why the staffing has gone from 165 fire personnel in 1978 to 80 in 2020. All you've done is try to figure out ways to devalue what we do and what we mean to this community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin. Hello, are you there?
Hello?
Lori, correct me.
Hello?
Hello,
Jermaine.
Kevin? Or Jermaine?
Yeah, could you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, City Manager and City Mayor and members of the council. My name is Jermaine Gomez, Vice President of Local 188 Firefighters. This evening, I stand with my brothers and sisters, letting the residents of Richmond know that you all want to close 2 fire stations. Yes, 2 fire stations. Brownout, like my other brothers and sisters have said, brownouts are the same thing as station closures. Nobody will be there to respond to those communities. This is unacceptable and outrageous. In our line of duty, seconds matter. This week alone, there have been 2 major incidents where lives were at stake. You cry poor and declare a fiscal emergency, which is not true, just to open our contract. And furthermore, we are in the middle of a pandemic and you still want us to respond and provide service to the residents of Richmond like anything is not going on. This is unbelievable. Please think about it, come to the table so we could discuss. Hopefully we can resolve this issue. Thank you.
We have another caller under Richmond Firefighter Local 188. Have you spoken already?
Yes, I've already spoken.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Ben Terrio. Ben, you may begin.
Good evening. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association, resident of the City of Richmond. I just wanted to speak out in solidarity with my friends from Local 188. Police and fire often respond together for numerous emergencies, as we've done so this week for several shootings, large structure fire on Moreno Way, and also the tanker fire as well. The number one role in government, as outlined in the Constitution of the State of California, is public safety. Everything else takes second seat. It's outlined clearly. You can have the city attorney go look it up for yourself, but it's pretty easy to see. You can Google it. Browning out stations is the same thing as closing them. It's a play on words. It's disingenuous. You can read it in front of every city council from here until infinity. It doesn't change the fact that people know what's up and they know that it's a closure. You need to do better than that. You need to use some reserves if you need to, but that's what they're for. Find a better way. You can do that. It's not a problem. That's what emergencies are for. Thank you.
Our next speaker is someone with the phone number ending in 8896. Please state your name and you may begin speaking. Hello, phone number ending in 8896. Hello? Yes, you may begin.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. My name is Nick Bartish, and I'm a captain with the Richmond Fire Department. In response to the acting city manager, if the city would like to open discussion regarding staffing with Local 188, it should be to increase fire department staffing. Any decrease in staffing will result in a reduction in service to this community. I'm calling to clarify, as others have, to all council members and all members of the public who are listening, that a station brownout, as has been suggested, is a station closure. Additionally, rotating brownouts means that the station closure and reduction of service will affect all districts in the city at one point or another. At what point does this mean that Nelson Bronte mother in emergency labor won't have a crew there on time to assist her through the critical moments of childbirth? At what point does that mean that citizens in the Iron Triangle who won't have a fire crew there to place a ladder to assist them out of a window when their apartment's on fire? At what point does that mean that a cardiac arrest patient won't get the timely CPR that they deserve? How inappropriate to pass along the effects of the political and financial game to the already underserved citizens of Richmond. Daily, these citizens rely heavily on emergency fire and medical services for critical life-saving interventions. Don't take that away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Bayer.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I want to support the firefighters. There's no question about the fact that they're understaffed currently. We need their services. They are doing heroic tasks for this community, and there should be no undercutting of them. But I also want to talk about the fact that here the city is talking about, whether you call it a brownout or closure, closing one or two stations. At the same time, it is making a commitment to maintain and operate a new station at Point Melati, which is the only way that development can get built. So I just want to be clear that opening a new station at Point Melati, even if Sunkale pays for its construction, is going to be taking away services from other neighborhoods. And I don't know how the city squares that. And then also to what I think it was Kevin who called the first caller, talking about the mad scramble and the frightening clogging of the streets to get out from the chemical fire on 80 last week. Just think if there's a fire at Point Melati, which is labeled a high severity fire zone, there's only one road in and out. It won't even be a matter of everybody trying to go down 5 different streets. It's like there's only one street. And the city, just the way they have did not plan well for the Hilltop explosion, they have no plan currently in place for how to evacuate Point Melati safely. So I just want to add those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Guadalupe Inyana. Guadalupe, you may start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Guadalupe Inyana, and I am a candidate for school board in the Richmond area. And I am calling today as a Richmond resident. I've been a lifelong Richmond resident and parent of school-age kids, but we need your help right now. During COVID, our children have been put on distant learning. That means using online platform for them to get their schooling done. Though the school district has done work to get students connected via hotspots, it has not been enough. Many of our households have multiple children, and the bandwidth of these devices has not been sufficient for a stable network connection. Our Richmond schools have been our lowest performing schools, and that has to be of great concern for our city. I come today as a parent. I want to ask that we take interest in having conversations around free citywide Wi-Fi. Nowadays, this is not a luxury item, but an essential. We need to look for information on how we can move in the direction to achieve the citywide Wi-Fi. This would be beneficial to all our residents, students, and community as a whole. I know the importance of our children with this council and believe that this is the perfect time to start on this conversation and how beneficial something like this will be moving forward for all of us. I thank you for your time and hope that this is a topic of conversation that, we could keep moving forward on, because it really is a great need. And this opens up the door for, great things to come, I think, once we have established some type of platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Curtis Tinloy. Curtis, you may begin.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Curtis Tinloy, and I'm a proud member of the Richmond Fire Department Local 188, as well as a second generational member of this department. 3 years ago, I stood with my hand raised as I took an oath to serve and protect the city of Richmond as a firefighter, just as my brothers and sisters did before me. A part of that oath comes this statement. It is our purpose to protect life and preserve property. The citizens, businesses, and visitors to the city of Richmond can expect a caring, courteous, and competent response when rendered our aid. I'm speaking against the city council tonight because I'm upholding my oath as a firefighter to protect the citizens of Richmond from the city council's proposal to cut emergency response apparatuses, even though this council claims it's false. This is a very dangerous decision you are about to make. You are willingly risking the lives of your citizens by reducing resources available to the city. This is going to increase our response times for emergency situations where seconds matter. If we cannot adequately perform our jobs as firefighters by providing the care our citizens deserve, the people are going to suffer. Or worse, history is going to repeat itself and there's going to be citizens that are going to lose their lives. Myself and the firefighters of Local 188 are here to stand against you and to protect the citizens of Richmond and highly advise you to reconsider your proposal. Because the citizens, their property, businesses, and the visitors of our great city deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vinay Pimple. Vinay, you can start. Vinay?
Yes.
Go ahead.
When I heard the statement that you read out earlier this evening, I was thinking, wait, they are saying that the statement that the stations are going to close on November 1 is not true. So are you planning to close it on November 4th, perhaps? You know, that kind of statement seems really meaningless to me. Also, this whole idea about, how do you define a closure? A fire station is not like a library where you can change the hours and people can work around those hours. We cannot time our heart attacks and our strokes and our house fires to work around the hours that our local fire station is going to be open. And the other thing that kind of makes me mad is that, this city council and past city councils have never bothered to do a full organizational audit. Even just basic things like leasing the auditorium that would get some extra cash for the city, they don't want to do that. Their first step when something problematic happens is take a drastic step like, let's shut down a fire station or let's cut the hours of a fire station. Just do what needs to be done, do the sensible thing. Don't just go to drastic steps first, do the good governance things first. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patrice Hogan. Patrice, you may begin.
Actually, it's Barbara Whittam. Patrice Hogan is my daughter who had the baby on last Tuesday, delivered by Fire Station 63 and at my home here in El Sobrante. It would be detrimental to our neighbors, to our community, if that fire station closed. There's not one within another 15 to 20 minutes close to us. We live in an area that's full of trees, brush, and so forth. So it could be very devastating to our community if that fire station closed. I don't know what I would have done as a mom and what her husband would have done, and he's on to speak later, had the fire station been closed. She could have lost her life. The baby could have lost his life. There was no way that we could have delivered that baby safely. I do understand that there are budget constraints on everything, but I believe wholeheartedly that we have to look at the bigger picture and look at how many lives are going to be lost, how many lives can be saved by keeping these stations open. These gentlemen and women of the fire department do a fantastic job, and kudos out to Station 63, to Captain Woodard and his came out to deliver the baby. It was an amazing, amazing, amazing thing that happened. Without them, only God knows what would have happened. So please, please, please reconsider the whatever's on the table now to close that station and to find money elsewhere or to close something else. Please don't take that away from us, or we'll have a devastating fire like in Santa Rosa and Napa, and we don't want to have that. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you again, Station 63. God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richmond firefighter. Please state your name and you may begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you can start. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Justin Caesar, firefighter with the Richmond with the Richmond Fire Department. Calling in talk of the closure or brownout of any engine, or especially the fire truck, should not be in discussion. This department is already low staffed as it is. Just this last week, we proved this point through various disasters in the city that left our city without many companies to respond to other emergencies that were pending. When a large incident occurs, it calls for a demand on our staffing that almost requires us to immediately call for outside help from other cities and jurisdictions. Our fire truck is so important that just on this last tanker fire that shut down the 80 freeway for multiple hours, I responded while working at another fire station 63. After our assignment was completed on this incident, the battalion chief immediately had us go cover the truck. The truck that is partially staffed already at Station 68 in Hilltop was needed to cover the entire city during this emergency, because there is an understood need for a fire truck to always have a fully staffed crew to respond. This is a key piece to the community that offers the ability to reach higher windows than a normal engine can reach to save someone hanging out of a window during an emergency, carries the jaws of life to cut victims out of a wrecked car, and special tools to cut open a building that is on fire for the other fire companies to enter safely. It is already a daunting task to operate the truck as it is with 3 firefighters that we staff at Station 64 and cross staff at Station 68, when other departments staff with 4 or even 5. I'm just calling in tonight to express my disapproval of any cuts to the fire department at all, or any browning out. We are truly already understaffed, and the community will unfortunately suffer with longer response times. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hogan. Please state your name and you may begin speaking.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everybody. My name is Donnie Hogan. I am a Richmond native, born and raised. And this evening, I stand in solidarity with the firefighters. For as long as I can remember, the firefighters has always played an integral part in keeping the community safe and also inspiring youth towards a promising career. And with all that is going on in the world today, it is vital that we keep our Richmond fire stations open. With all that is going on in the communities, with gunshot victims and freakish accidents, firefighters are typically the first responders on the scene. And during that time, the seconds, it seems like minutes. And I'm speaking as someone who had experienced a situation on October 20th where my wife went into labor, and we called the 911 operator and they channeled us to the fire station out here in El Sobrante, local 63. And during those seconds, it seemed like forever, but we are so grateful that the firefighters, those 3 men, they came and they were brave and they came with integrity and served with honor to deliver our baby boy. And just imagine if they had to come from across town, who knows what would have had happened. And I'm just very grateful to them. And I thank you for your time this evening. And please, let's reconsider closing down the fire stations. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Our next item on the agenda will be item G1 under budget session. Individuals who would like to speak under this item, please raise your hand. And if you are joining us by video, press the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. After I read the item into the record, your opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item G1 is to receive the fiscal year 2020 through 21 first quarter budget report and the overtime report for the period of July 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2020. And it looks like we have 5 speakers signed up.
So we'll start with a staff report.
Good evening. Belinda Brown, Finance Director. This evening, we're going to go over the first quarter budget report. The first quarter budget report that is for the period of July 1 of 2020 through September 30th of 2020. So that's the first 3 months. So this evening, we're going to go over the first quarter, and then lastly, we will go over the overtime report. So first up is our budget goals. We want to have a structurally balanced budget. We know we won't get there in this current fiscal year, but the goal is to get there over the next couple of few years. We want to preserve services to the extent possible, still considering the impacts of COVID-19 on our services. We want to minimize any staff reductions and also increase cash reserves to our policy level of 15%. So our current deficit, as of the time we did the presentation, it was at $6 million. However, $3 million was a placeholder for accommodations, and we did receive $500,000 in accommodations. So this number now, the deficit is at $5.5 million, and the placeholder now is at $2.5 million. Our deficit amount for the unfunded liability is still at $2 million, and the subsidy to the Housing Authority for another $1 million. So a total of $5.5 million for our current deficit. Next, we're going to go into our revenue summary, and I'm going to turn it over to Antonio Grunwald.
Good evening. So the bottom line here for the first quarter on the revenue side is that we're at $29 million received for the first quarter. This corresponds to 18% of the budgeted amounts. This is a normal percentage for the first quarter. Received about $10 million in the general fund that was actually accrued. So it was moved from the current fiscal year to prior fiscal year. For example, the June documentary transfer tax was received in July and was subsequently moved out. The main accrued items include sales tax, utility user tax, and transfer tax. Also of note on this slide is we have received $0 in property taxes. The city receives 55% of the secured property tax from the county in December, after which we'll have a much better forecast for the rest of the year. Also of note in this slide is sales tax totaling $3 million. And it only corresponds to the July payment. There is usually a 2-month lag in the payment received from the state for sales tax. Next slide, please. Okay, so most payments received through the first quarter of the current year are as expected. Again, we will not know actual property taxes until December, but in our May forecast, we assume 2.7% growth in assessed valuation, and actual growth stated by the county, actual assessed valuation growth was 4.27%, so that's a good thing. But even with the growth factor from the county, there are several other factors at play. For example, more recent sales of property, and depending on the new sale price, that could mean more or sometimes less money for the city. Also, assessed valuation go up when properties are sold. If those properties are located within a former redevelopment neighborhood, the tax increment might come into play. So the revenue that new additional revenue might not come directly to the general fund. Again, we should have a clear picture for property taxes in December. Sales tax is the hardest hit revenue stream for the city of Richmond, but it was not as dire as we feared. We are currently on track to meet or pass our budgeted amounts. Utility user tax is on pace to meet the budgeted amounts. But please recall, though this category includes the Chevron tax settlement amount, which actually went down from $7 million last year to $4 million this year. And it'll completely go away after fiscal year 24-25. Other revenues include the documentary transfer tax, which is a tax on the sale of property within Richmond. This is probably the most volatile of the general fund revenue streams, where 1 or 2 property sales can have a dramatic impact. So far this year, we have only received the July payment from the county, but the July payment was an unusually large payment at $1.5 million. Usually the monthly payments are around $500,000. Additionally, very recently, there was a large sale of a warehouse. We have not yet received that payment from the county, but that one sale will generate $4.5 million transfer tax. So the July payment with that September sale will take the documentary transfer tax to close to $6 million, which is the total budget amount for that one revenue category. Assuming more modest transfer tax payments the rest of the year, we should end up with anywhere between $3 and $5 million above the budget amounts for the documentary transfer tax category. Again, this is very early in the year, so many things can and will change. We have a much better idea where the general fund revenues will land at mid-year.
So this next slide is an overview of the general fund expenditures for the first quarter. We expect to have expended around 25% of the budget. For the most part, we are at around 25% in most categories without encumbrances. And then with encumbrances, we're at 28%. So just a reminder that encumbrances are set-asides of the budget for specific expenditures. So it includes contracts for professional services, also for contract obligations that we have with other agencies such as the county. It also includes contracts and services for equipment repair and maintenance. The 2 categories that are slightly over the threshold includes the salaries and benefits. And for the salaries category, the overages are mostly due to sworn and non-sworn overtime across all general fund departments. In the benefits category, the overages are due to the CalPERS unfunded liability, which we're all aware that it was underfunded by $2 billion, and that's been included in the city's deficit. So overall, expenditures are trending as expected. We didn't find anything unfavorable as of September 30th, and we'll continue to monitor very closely because it is a very tight budget, and any adjustments that will be proposed will be done at mid-year. And as I mentioned before, the purchase order encumbrances have all been created for the fiscal year. And so as those are liquidated, those costs will move over to the actuals column. Here's a snapshot of the revenue for the non-general funds. We have about 80 funds in our budget with appropriations on the revenue and expenditure sides. These are all on target with prior years. We do see that some of the revenue shows actuals less than the 25% threshold, and that's mostly due to seasonality. For example, most of our grants are on a reimbursement basis, meaning that we submit reimbursement requests after expenditures are incurred. And then also there are other things that come in on the same payment schedule as property taxes. So the first installments will be due in December. That would include the enterprise or the wastewater enterprise. They receive the majority of their charges for services in the month of December. So again, staff did not find any anomalies in any of the non-general funds for this period. And then on the other side is the expenditure summary for the non-general funds. And again, they're trending along with the non-general funds. For the areas where you see overages, again, it's due to seasonality. For example, in the debt service category, debt service is paid twice per year for the most part, as opposed to monthly. So it appears that we've expended 48%. That's due to the first semi-annual payments that have been made. For the others, they also have encumbrance set-asides. So any overages are mostly due to those purchase order encumbrances. And again, no anomalies found for the first quarter of the fiscal year. And I will turn the presentation back over to Belinda to go through the overtime report.
Okay, so at this point in time, we should be at about 25%. And as you can see, there are a few departments that are over in their overtime. So the city clerk's office is at about 74% of their budget. And this is mainly, it's mainly due to the council meetings and having to use all of the staff for each of the meetings. It includes, let me see, HR, the Human Resources Department. However, this was due to a one-time project and there is no foreseeable additional overtime that will be needed at this moment. So that should be cured. The police non-sworn, I believe this is mainly due to shortage in dispatchers. And then you have your police sworn. They're at 33% of the budget. And this is mainly due to shift shortage and some injury leave coverage. Same with the fire, they're at 60% of their overtime costs, which is mainly due to backfilling for injury leave and covering vacations and sick leave. And then we also have the library that's at 50%. They have a small adopted budget of $727. They're at $360, so they're at 50%. This was also due to a one-time event, and they don't expect to incur any additional costs there. Next slide, Lakeisha. And then next steps. We plan to come back to give an update to the City Council on December 1st. We will be giving an update on the budget again to show where we are as a snapshot in time, and that'll be through October. We'll also give an updated October overtime report. We will talk about or give an update on our financial policies. And then we want to start having the conversations surrounding our fiscal sustainability planning. So that concludes our presentation. And now we're open for any questions that you may have.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Johnson? No question? Anybody else? I don't see any hands up. Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, let's see. Let me. My questions have to do with. Let me see if I can find it here. The overtime report. It says that the fire sworn overtime total is 1.2 million, 60% of the budget, and that the safety overtime was concentrated in backfill for injury, medical leave, vacations related in COVID-19. So the reason I bring this up is because we've always had the conundrum of knowing how much to staff. You know, there's always arguments over is it cheaper to staff adequately or to have overtime? So my question, who's responsible for figuring out the fire department's budget?
So that would be the fire chief works with his person to do the budget, and then he also works in conjunction with the finance department. So we have a budget team that also assists.
Okay, so that's Fire Chief Adrian Shepard. So who's responsible for figuring out how many fire personnel are needed to adequately protect the city from fires?
Well, the chief would submit what he thinks is appropriate. Is Chief Shepard on the line?
Good evening, and yes, I am online and prepared to answer any questions regarding staffing in the fire department and the budget. So good evening, Councilmember Martinez.
I'm glad you're here because we're getting a lot of conversation about staffing, and so from what I understand, you're the one responsible for making the city council aware of what sort of staffing needs are necessary, and uh, what is your opinion of the solutions, the budgetary solutions that's been presented to the city so far?
Well, I don't know if we've arrived at any solutions thus far. I think that that's still a negotiation between labor and the city. As far as staffing, we follow NFPA 1710 for adequate staff in a city our size. I think when you're setting a budget, one of the most important things is to understand is that firefighting is very difficult, as was indicated by many of the callers today. There are some unforeseens. And many of those unforeseens are the injury rates that occur throughout the year. And so when we look at the overtime budget and we look at where some of our costs are going, there is a portion that is directly attributable to the injuries that are suffered when our people are going on these very difficult calls. And so, plan versus actual, we are going through a very difficult budget period. That's being felt throughout the city. So the fire department's not immune to that. As a result, we've taken a big hit on our overtime budget. Most of our overtime costs are discretionary. So by contract, we have a responsibility through agreement, MOU, with the city of Richmond and Local 188 to make sure that we adequately staff every single fire station every single day. And so we've met that obligation. We continue to meet that obligation. So there is a cost there, but that's a cost that has been agreed to by the city and labor.
Okay, so compared to other cities, are fire trucks staffed to the same degree as other cities' fire engines?
Well, yes, you heard in other cities, there's 4 and 5 people. I've seen that elsewhere. I've also seen where it's been staffed for 3. No fire chief is ever going to tell you that they have enough people. Would love to have more people, would love to have more staff, and I'd like to have my trucks fully staffed every single day. That means both Station 64 and Station 68. That's something that we would love to look at, but that's not a reality for us right now.
So I'm not sure whether you answered yes or no.
I didn't give you a yes or no because it's not a yes or no. I try to contextualize for you that, there is 4 and 5 staffing on trucks in other municipalities. However,
but there's not in Richmond.
Or in other cities as well, yes.
But there's not in Richmond, that's what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're correct. I would love to see 4 people on our trucks.
Okay, so have we done a cost analysis of how the budget would be affected with new hires in terms of overtime costs? Like have we done a what do you call it? An analysis, amortization, I don't know what to call it, between what it would cost to hire adequately as opposed to overtime costs?
So I can work with the finance director and we can do a study, but I do want to say that we are staffed to the levels that when I arrived, we are staffed to that level. But I can do and will do a study with finance department and include HR in the discussion and get back to you.
Okay, so the I know we haven't agreed to anything. Everyone knows or should know that nothing's been agreed to. We haven't embarked on any particular forward motion, but we have been looking at possibilities. And the possibilities that we've been looking at have come from you. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
No? Well, where do the possibilities come from if they're not from you?
I believe those are negotiations, as I stated earlier, negotiations between the city and Local 188. That did not come from me. So I just want to be clear that any reductions, any closures, or anything of the sort did not come from the fire chief.
Okay, so So then those reductions are contrary to what you would say?
Further, you'd have to further explain that for me, contrary to what I would say and what.
Yeah,
what regard.
would you agree that that brownouts could be adequately handled?
I think that the brownouts, I think what you're asking is, do I agree to do brownouts? Is that what you're?
Yeah. See, well, the thing is that I saw a flyer from a candidate who said that he would listen to the public safety experts and not to the politicians. So I'm asking you, who is a public safety expert, whether or not you believe that brownouts would be a safety hazard.
Oh, okay, yeah. And so with the question that you asked, I agree. Brownouts are going to cause longer response times, which could result in, fires burning for a longer period of time, or someone who is in need of emergency medical care will have to wait longer. I absolutely agree with that. There's no discrepancy between what 188 is stating and what I believe. But I've always believed that, and I think I've been on record over the past 5.5 years about our staffing and having a desire to have more staff inside the fire department. If that's a reality, if it could be done, I'm certainly seeking ways for that to happen. It just hasn't been realized because it hasn't been a possibility.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted clarity on that. So if we as council members listened to our public safety officials, experts, then we wouldn't be considering brownouts. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct either. You just asked me what I felt, and I do feel that will cause longer response times. And, so fires if there's a fire, it would burn longer. And if there's an EMS call, you're going to have to wait a longer period of time. But obviously I speak from a fire perspective. There are other things, other entities in the city that I'm competing against. I'm certainly going to advocate for the fire department and my members, because I know exactly what it is we go through every day. I've been in fires. I've suffered through brownouts myself. The local 188 president and I had a discussion on that today. So brownouts are not a first choice. Certainly not something that I would want. So I'm in agreement with 188 as far as brownouts and what the effect will be as far as longer response times to emergency events.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from you is that brownouts from public safety experts is a bad idea.
No, I didn't say that, but I did not say it's a bad idea. I did not say, public safety experts, people do them. It's, I don't want it, and I have reasons for why I don't want it. And, for parsing words, I don't want to do that with you. I am not an advocate of brownouts by any stretch. And so I just want to make more than certain that I make that clear with you.
Okay, all right. So you've made that clear. So you will work with the finance department to come up with a chart of the cost of hiring people and the cost of overtime, because I know that when people work overtime, they are tired. They're tired. They're less aware. They're not as quick, and they're more prone to injury. And so I'm wondering, what the dynamics are what the dynamics are in terms of overtime and injury.
I agree with you. Where's that sweet spot? What's that
Right.
optimal number of people to have staffed to make sure that we are covering our stations, that our people aren't working too long where it results in greater injury and people being off. So 188's had that discussion with me as well. I think this is one of the areas where we stand in agreement as far as, could increase staffing actually be beneficial to the city? We need to be a little bit more forensic as far as looking at the numbers. I will work with the finance director and we will provide you something if you will allow me. Is 10 days enough time? Is that adequate for you?
Yeah, that's adequate. And I'd also like to say that the answer to our problems is more revenue. So I hope everyone's doing what they can for Measure U and for Proposition 15. There was a caller who mentioned Point Melati, and I know that the proposition says that they would build a fire station and a police station, but there's no coverage for maintenance and operation. So wouldn't that cause less services for the rest of the city? Since we would end up spending more money covering more area, manning a new station and maintaining a new station.
So I don't know if that question is directed to me. I believe Point Melati may be a CFD. And so as I've heard the statement made previous, development pays its way. So that will fund itself.
I can tell you that they only pay for the building. They do not pay for the maintenance and the operation. And that's something that we'll have to deal with as a city council. As a financial institution. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate your great questions.
Other council members have questions? Vice Mayor Bates.
I want to make sure my colleagues are through meeting the press. And are you finished, Councilmember Martinez?
Did you invite the press? I didn't know.
I just had one simple question. We're paying a lot of money for utilities. And I think the police department has spent about 82% of their allocated budget. Have we ever considered solar, like many homeowners are going and doing? Because over a period of time, if we are solar, we can cut our utility expenses significantly. Now, I don't know whether utilities consist of the gasoline used by the vehicles or whether it's light and electricity. So maybe someone can just give a quick answer as it relates to the city trying to invest and go into solar power.
John Bermudez, Public Works Director. We have capped all our capacity in regard to capturing solar energy. We have assessed all the facilities many times in the last 13 years, and we don't have any other facility that would take more solar right now.
So part of our city is solar.
Yes, the auditorium and the library are the largest one. And then some other community centers have also solar facilities.
Okay. What about the parking lots around the city hall?
We haven't done that. I think that a study was done, whether we could do it a long time ago. But I don't have the result of that, but I don't think it was positive. It needed a lot of investment, but it's never late to revisit the issue.
Okay. One other point is that I noticed that the Housing Authority, we've expended 107% of its budget, and we're 4 months into the calendar year. How are we gonna pay for the significant extra overcharge or costs. If we're at 5.5 million, we're looking at another $2 or $3 million with the housing authority that has to be allocated. How are we gonna make the adjustment to cover this deficit and come up with a balanced budget in the end?
Vice Mayor Bates, first regarding PD and their utilities, they have spent actually 9% of their budget. The rest is an encumbrance, which means they just have a PO where they put the budget into a PO for future spending. So they haven't actually spent 82% of their budget as of this point. We're only showing 9%. So that would be without encumbrances. And the second part.
The housing authority, 107% over budget. Well, they've spent 107% of the original budget amount.
So the Housing Authority has several funds, and the one you're referring to, which is 4401, is Hacienda. So that's just one of the Housing Authority funds. And the majority of that is also in encumbrances. So they've only expended 25% from that budget. And then they have 210,000 in encumbrances.
Well, your slide indicates that the Housing Authority and wages are 107%. You want to put that slide up again and explain it?
Looking at all funds.
Some
Except for expenditures, they're at 14%.
Well,
they expended 670,000 and their budget is just under 5, it's 4.7. So they've expended 14%.
What was budgeted?
Their total budget, it looks like it's 4.7 million. Is that right, Markeisha? 4.7 million.
4.7, and they've expended 14% of that.
Well, I have to go. Okay, go ahead. I'll go back and try to find the.
But we are working with HUD right now, and we have received some technical assistance in trying to figure out exactly how much money that we will be able to recover from the Housing Authority. And we do plan to come back in December for an update.
Hi, Mayor. If I may, Shaka Curl, Deputy City Manager, Economic Development. Thank you, Vice Mayor Bates, for your questions. I concur with Belinda's statements, and then also wanted to underscore that we appreciate your suggestion regarding solar, and another option that we will continue to explore is moving towards zero net energy for city facilities. So thank you so much, and we will continue to work on that.
Oh, are you through, Vice Mayor?
Oh, yeah. I was trying to locate that.
Any other questions from council members? Okay, would you call the public speakers, please?
Okay, we received.
Yes, we have.
Hold on.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we received one comment, well, two comments. One commenter was impressed with the finance report. The other commenter stated that the passing of Measure U and Proposition 15 will go a long way towards solving the city's current structural budget problems. And that was by Deborah Baird, and it looks like she is one of our speakers, so she may read her entire comment. And that's it. Go ahead, Ursula.
Okay. Our first speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. The budget report was not really a surprise. It looks a lot like the last numbers we saw and the numbers before that. And it's clear we either have to raise revenue or cut services, and nobody wants to cut services. And in fact, people come to the council all the time complaining that we need more services, you know, so I do want to talk about Measure U and Proposition 15. In case anyone has not voted yet, I'd like to encourage Richmond citizens to vote for it. The city council, as far as I know, endorsed Prop 15, but never did anything to promote it. Your council has not endorsed Measure U, which would bring an estimated $6 million into the city annually by changing the structure of how we have business licensing fees. So right now it's very backward. Every business, no matter the size, pays the same flat fee of $324 plus $46 per employee. So Chevron basically pays that same fee as a corner nail salon. And a landlord running 4 apartments pays the same as a landlord with a 1,000-unit apartment house. So Measure U would change this to a percentage on gross receipts so that larger businesses pay a higher rate than smaller businesses. And this model is currently used in San Francisco and Berkeley and throughout the Bay Area. The Council of Industries and Chamber of Commerce are squawking about this. They're saying we can't afford it, business will leave the city. And then also we weren't consulted or given time to weigh in. The idea of changing the business licensing fee has been on the table in Richmond for over a year, and the city Council of Industry and Chamber of Commerce never came up with their version. So.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin.
I didn't finish, but I tried to.
Thank you, Deborah. Your time has expired.
Well, I'm not surprised that we're, this is Kevin. I'm not surprised that we're in a challenge with all this overtime, considering that the city manager gave you guys the budget on literally the last possible day to vote on it, and we're stuck with it. I am curious if the city has plans to try and get some new revenue streams, because I expect the tax base income to be down severely in December when we get the money from the county. And so far, it looks like there's no plans to try anything new. I mean, there are lots of challenges with COVID, but with everybody, all the firms out there using contractors, the employee head tax rate is something that should have been left behind back in the 90s. And I'm concerned seeing the very slow response and the non-response here in Hilltop of the police department for any traffic management. I mean, if we're doing overtime and everything else, and I guess there's supposed to be 8 or 9 police officers on duty per shift, where were they so we could get out of here safely? I mean, the fire was raging for an hour. There was a 9-minute difference between the heads up from the fire department on the texting alert system and the police alerting system. And as the firefighter said, seconds count. So, we're spending all this money on overtime, but, when a real emergency happens, we're not getting results. So what is city council going to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Hansen. Jim, you may go ahead and speak.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and thank you, staff, for the budget presentation. A lot of talk about revenue streams, and I just want to say that history should not be repeating itself in the next at least 2 months. In 2003, the Ford building, the Craneway, was sold to an individual. The city had put, along with FEMA, $45 million into the property. It was sold for $5.4 million to Misty Eddy Orton. And now it's on the market again today. Now, this was also at a time that the city was in dire financial straits. And I think actually that 2 members were on the council, who are on the council now, or on the council then, who could further describe this. But again, we have a recent vote on the condo project, public land at Point Melody, that requires, as been said, staffing a new fire station and police. And although many of us as citizens presented a consultant's financial impact analysis that said it would require a subsidy from the general fund, that was not even put into a general study session. I think one of the council members, I think it was Mr. Martinez, asked that be done so we could fully understand the costs. So that was voted for in a 4-2 vote. And now we have a city's negotiations for a large port property at what's called Terminal 3. It's across from the Ford building, with 2 individuals. And again, Mr. Orton's name shows up, and another individual that is understood to be a fundraiser for one of the council members. We just can't keep doing this. We ask that you hold on to our city assets for a future council to be able to have something to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Stahlbaum. Sean, you may begin your comments.
Thank you. Sean Stahlbaum with IFPT Local 21, representing 140 of the city's general employees. I want to thank the city staff for their continuing work on the budget, including the first quarter budget report this evening. While there's no doubt some bad news, including the reported $6 million operating deficit, there's also some positive news worth drawing attention to. First, the city's single largest source of general fund revenue, property tax, are expected to come in higher than what was originally anticipated by at least $500,000. Second, the documentary transfer tax revenue is expected to come in somewhere between $3 million to $5 million higher than budgeted. Third, included in the budget is increasing the city's cash reserves from approximately $9 million now to approximately $22 million at the fiscal year end. That would be the highest year-end reserve amount in many years. And it's being increased during a pandemic. And fourth, the city is continuing to chip away at decades-old negative cash fund balances. I make these points so that I can continue to urge restraint as the council discusses service cuts, including layoffs, furloughs, fire station brownouts, or otherwise in the coming months. The fact is that the city could end up getting close to balancing its budget simply by the higher property tax and documentary transfer tax revenues. After many years of staff reductions in Richmond, 30% reduction since the Great Recession, and no pay raises and other concessions, including contributing to healthcare and OPEB costs, we asked to keep the focus on the revenue side of the ledger to help fix Richmond's budgets moving forward. We're all working very hard to pass California Proposition 15, which strengthens Prop 13 to protect homeowners, renters, and small businesses, while closing a corporate property tax loophole on the state's largest corporations, as well as to pass Measure U, which is a progressive reform to the city's business tax that asks Richmond's large businesses and landlords to pay more. We need our corporate partners to step up and pay their fair share to help ensure residents get the services they need. We ask you to continue to stand with us in this goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Nathan Whittam. Nathan, you may begin.
Yes, thank you. I'm also pastor of Bible Way Missionary Baptist Church on 13th Street in Rumrill. And I noticed 3 days ago that the fire hydrant had been appeared to be taken out of service. And so I'm wondering, has the fire prevention reduction begun? I went to just curiosity to find out where the next closest fire hydrant would be to a proximity of our church. And it appears that that all of them appear to be on the other side of 80. I think the closest one is San Pablo. So I could be wrong, or the fire hydrants that are marked up on the internet are not up to date. But I do have a serious concern about the reduction of the fire prevention in the Richmond area. So I just please would you all at least give us a response on what's happening to all the fire hydrants in the Richmond area. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, does anybody have a answer for the 13th next to Rumrail fire hydrant, or can somebody follow up with them about that? Because this is the first time I'm hearing about it too.
Yeah, normally when the fire hydrant get hit, East Bay might remove them and then they replace them. We'll follow up, you know, where they are in regard to this replacement.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions from city council members, I would entertain a motion to accept the first quarter report. Accept it.
I move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the item.
Second from Johnson. Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The next item will be item H1. Any individual that would like to speak under item H1, please raise your hand. And if you are joining us by video conference, click on the participants button at the bottom of your screen and select the raise hand button. If you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then number 9. Item H1, after I read the item into record, the opportunity to sign up to speak on this item will be closed. Item H1 is to approve the appointment of Eddie Chacon to the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force to replace Jasmine Fry. And there are no speakers.
This is a very simple item. It's simply a substitution of Councilmember Mark's selected representative. Are there any questions? Councilmember Johnson.
I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to make the statement that I know Mr. Eddie Chacon as well as his brother, they both do great work at Richmond High School and they are very committed to the community. And so I just wanted to make that statement that those are a great guy.
You want to move approval?
I mean, it was JL's. I'll move it.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it. And just to be clear, the only reason this wasn't on consent calendar is because there's no consent calendar tonight. So it's pretty routine thing. So yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. The next item will be item H2. Any individuals that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. By raising your hand, using the raise hand button or the *9 key after I read the item, your opportunity to speak will be closed. Item H2 is to announce recent resignations from the City of Richmond boards, commission, and committees, and announce vacancies as of October 21st, 2020, and ask that interested individuals send applications to the city clerk's office. And there are no speakers for this item.
For the last several months, I've left this on the consent calendar, but I just want to read these off briefly so people can see where we are. Arts and Culture Commission, there are 11 seats and 3 vacancies. Commission on Aging, 13 seats, 3 vacancies. Community Police Review Commission, 9 seats and 2 vacancies, although I believe that those have been appointed and they're in process. Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector District Representative, I'm happy to tell you that I have made an appointment on that. It should be coming to the City Council soon. Department of Children and Youth Oversight Board, 15 seats, there are 4 vacancies. ECIA Grant Review Committee, 5 seats, 1 vacancy. Economic Development Commission, 15 seats, 1 vacancy. Housing Advisory Commission, 7 seats and 1 vacancy. Human Rights, Human Relations Commission, 9 seats, 3 vacancies. Personnel Board, 5 seats, 1 vacancy. This has been there for a long time. I'm really hoping somebody will step up and fill out our Personnel Board. Public Art Advisory Committee, 7 seats with 2 vacancies. Recreation and Parks Commission, 9 seats, 1 vacancy. Urban Forest Advisory Committee, 11 seats and 1 vacancy. And the Youth Council, 11 seats and 6 vacancies. And I'm also happy to tell you that Richmond has been readmitted to the FAA Bay Area Flight Forum. And we are seeking a resident representative for that. It needs 1 representative from the City Council, which I'm going to take, and 1 from a resident. So if somebody's interested in that, they can contact the mayor's office. Thank you.
And we received 1 comment by 1 o'clock today that De Anza and Richmond High are interested in hearing about the youth council. And that comment was from Cordell Himler. Next on the agenda will be item H3. Individuals that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by using the raise hand button.
It doesn't see my face.
If you're joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star key and then the number 9. After I read the item into record, opportunity to speak will be closed. Item H3 is to receive an update regarding the first quarter fiscal year 20 through 21 economic development accomplishments. There are no speakers for this item.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Bett. Good evening, Mayor Bett and members of the City Council. We have a presentation that we would like to walk through this evening to provide an update on first quarter fiscal year 2021 economic development enhancements and accomplishments. KCRT was going to go ahead and load up the PowerPoint presentation this evening, and we're looking forward to them doing so now. So my name is Shasta Curl. I'm the Deputy City Manager of Economic Development. Tonight, we'd like to give an update on our progress thus far this quarter. We're taking a little bit of a different approach in that we're giving a comprehensive update on economic development citywide, and so that includes all activities that promote and support economic development throughout the city of Richmond, especially during this difficult time of COVID-19. We work interdepartmentally to promote a competitive, sustainable, and equitable economy for all, and we're not only supporting our local community through this COVID pandemic, but working long-term to maintain the city of Richmond's vibrancy and diversity. Tonight's presentation and the PowerPoint will be posted on the City Manager's Office Economic Development website if any of the members of the public would like to access it. So by way of background, next slide. Tonight, we will go over some stats that we think are very important to give an indication of where our economic development activities are headed. Next slide. We will also talk about our goals and challenges, current developments, give an update on revenue enhancements and cost recovery, and provide an update on shelter in place and community development. So some of the things that I think are really important to share with the community are regarding our top employers in our community. So it's very well known that Chevron is our top employer, but I think it's also important to point out that Kaiser, UPS, Blue Apron, and Costco are the other, comprise the top 5 top employers in our community. We continue to have a number of businesses choosing to locate in Richmond, which we are making sure that we indicate that Richmond is open for business. One of the areas of our economy that is doing the best is in the logistics space and also in manufacturing. So we're getting a lot of inquiries for that space, and we are well positioned as people continue to relocate throughout the Bay Area. Next slide. One of the things that members of our community are suffering with is significant unemployment, and we really do appreciate that our Employment and Training Director, Sal Vaca, has been working very collaboratively with community services staff to apply for a number of competitive grants. We are seeing unemployment levels that are very unprecedented in our community, as represented by the graph before you. We also wanted to make sure through the COVID pandemic that we were spotlighting the businesses that were available and open to serve the public. And so we have a map on our city website that includes over 133 businesses. This was obviously before moving to the level tier 3, which we are at now officially today. Next slide. Our primary goals in our group are to focus on supporting local businesses and increasing our economic growth. And next slide, we want to make sure that we're clear that the challenges associated with this work are at least threefold. Obviously, the COVID-19 pandemic, low staffing levels, and our current budget deficit, which therefore means we have a lack of funding. Next slide. On a more positive note, we continue to see a number of development projects come before the City Council, Planning Commission, and DRB for consideration. We are really working very collaboratively, myself and Lena Velasco, with Carlos Pravat in the City Attorney's Office, to bring forward a number of development projects for the City Council's consideration. Some key highlights are we have 524 housing units under construction, 2,475 housing units are entitled, and over 1,000 housing units are under review. There's also 102 hotel rooms that's currently entitled, and there's over 362,700 square feet under construction. In terms of, next slide, our recently developed projects, one of the, I think, nice developments that we've seen come up recently is the Point Apartments, where there's 27 units available there. We've also, as I've mentioned, their industrial space is doing extremely well. So there's 182,000 square feet of industrial space on Harbor Way that is finished, and this is really a great accomplishment. Also, to serve our community lifelong, which has been a several decades partner in our community. We really appreciate the services they provide to the residually uninsured in our community, especially during this time. Their new facility is open and available to serve Richmond residents and those in West County. In terms of under construction, next slide. The NOMA development is currently for sale. We continue to check the price point on this development because obviously the prices are changing in the market. And so at our most recent check, those units were selling for about $692,000 to over $700,000. We also have the Terraces development, which is under construction. This is a really important point for people who are 62 years of age or older. We want to make sure that the community is aware that opening on November 2nd, we've partnered with Contra Costa Housing Authority, and we've transferred project-based vouchers with HUD to the Terraces. And so they're going to have, the application period is going to open on November 2nd at 4 p.m. It's going to close on November 5th. So just really want to make sure that Richmond residents and those in need of affordable housing that are over 62 consider applying. All this information is available in the City Manager Weekly Report and on the Contra Costa County Housing Authority website. We think it's very important to promote all types of housing in Richmond, and this is a really clear indication of the sort of development that we're promoting in Richmond. Also, on the other end of the spectrum, we have the Waterline development. Currently, the sales there range from $900,000 to $1.5 million. and a number of those homes are already occupied. Next slide. Some of the development projects that are currently entitled but have not commenced construction include the Garrity Apartments, Hilltop Apartments, as well as the Quarry. So these are a number of development projects that have been entitled, but for a variety of reasons, including rapidly increasing construction costs, have not yet started construction. Next slide. Also, we mentioned earlier, Home to Suites Hotel that has been entitled, and we also continue to see a number of commercial space coming online, for example, on the Parkway, and we are really pleased that we are able to locate a number of new jobs in Richmond as a result of these developments. Next slide. When these new developments come online, we, throughout the development process and upon certificate of occupancy and when people are hiring for distribution, we do make those connections and encourage our local Richmond businesses to utilize the services available from employment and training. The other projects that are currently under review include the Richmond Country Club Homes, UPS expansion, 12th and McDonald, as well as Metro Walk Phase 2. So those are developments that are currently in the pipeline that we're working to bring to fruition. Next slide. One of the key things that we wanted to do this evening was also provide an update on revenue enhancements and cost recovery items. We are wanting to make sure that the City Council is aware that we're continuing to work through the item. It's seen as attachment 2 in your staff report to focus on building permit cost recovery and so forth. And so there's a good example of the things that we're doing to increase cost recovery include code enforcement fees. There's currently one code enforcement officer that Ms. Velasco is able to fund out of the Community Development Department. They're working on a vacant building survey, and they are working to assist the cannabis sector with additional business oversight to ensure that we maximize revenue collection. We're also, the finance department is continuing to work with other departments such as engineering to update the master fee schedule, and Ms. White and Ms. Brown and Ms. Warner are also working to collect and make sure that all of our COVID-19 funds are collected. Next slide. Some of our other key accomplishments as we're thinking about how do we integrate art into economic development include our neighborhood public art mini grant. Next slide, please. This is a program that we have the Richmond Public Art Committee. We have both the PAC and the RAC, and so this Richmond Neighborhood Public Art Program releases funds in the amount of $500 to $8,000 to local artists. Applications were due on October 14th, and there were 15 applicants received. We also, as I mentioned, are working collaboratively with other departments such as community services and really want to highlight their Love Your Block program. And we also have worked with other stakeholders such as Main Street to ensure that we're spreading the word around different economic development activities available to Richmond businesses. Next slide. One of the key questions before the City Council this evening was regarding the Richmond Housing Authority. So just a brief reminder that part of our work around economic development includes repositioning our Housing Authority assets. We're finalizing and have finalized our purchase and sale agreement with Hacienda and are working to receive our final bond allocation there. We've also are working to bring Nevin Plaza online and make sure that we get that repositioned with EAH this year. And also want to again commend our library and community services staff for launching a new program to adopt a senior during this COVID time to ensure that seniors are able to have services. Next slide. And in rounding out, something that our former colleague Janet Johnson started in the city of Richmond, and we really appreciate her doing so, was the San Francisco Business Times. So this was the first time we were able to put out the supplement without Mrs. Johnson's leadership. And so all of us here in the economic development team, myself, Samantha, Carr, Thomas Amolo, Gabino Arredondo, Winifred Day, and others worked tirelessly to put together this Richmond supplement, all virtually. So that was a very new endeavor. We're very pleased with the way that it turned out, and we think it's going to be continue to be a great marketing tool for us over the next 2 years. We've also worked to transfer our revolving loan program to CHDC. Since we no longer have that expertise in-house, we're happy to partner with a local CBO to continue to carry out that work. And we also hosted the Bay Area Manufacturing Week on October 9th with Main Street. Next slide. So one of the things that's continuing to be obviously a significant concern to businesses and to Richmond residents is the impact of the shelter in place. So I want to highlight today that Contra Costa County today did move forward with the reopening plan for Tier 3. This means that not all businesses are yet open. So for example, we're not allowed to have concerts or festivals or huge, large gatherings, but we are able to step back a number of restrictions and continue to, for example, we have a number of bars and breweries in Richmond. That's a new sector that's really taking shape. And so those, for example, are allowed to continue to open. And also now indoor dining at 50% occupancy is apparently allowed under certain conditions. And so we have all of this information posted on our city website and encourage you to visit the Contra Costa County website for COVID-19 to learn, to get more particulars on all of that. In terms of community updates, we are really excited that we have 2 specific grant opportunities, next slide, to lift up this evening. The Contra Costa County Micro Enterprise Relief Fund has an application that's due on November 11th, which is at midnight. And then also Main Street has round 2 of grants, anyway from $5,000 to $15,000 that are going to be awarded on a first-come, first-served basis to support brick-and-mortar businesses in commercial districts. And so this is an example, along with the Richmond Rapid Response Fund, of the kind of collaborative activities that Richmond City staff have been engaged in to support our community during this time. Next slide. As we're thinking about our economic development work in Richmond, we really want to make sure that we as city staff and residents are aware of the great resources that exist in our community. And so we're very actively working with Main Street, as I mentioned before, with the COVIZ co-working space downtown in the BART retail, and also with the Renaissance Entrepreneur Center. These are really key anchors in our community that we encourage local business owners and aspiring business owners to engage with. In addition, we're working with LBG Realty to reposition the 77-acre site that they currently have at Hilltop Mall. Next slide. And next slide. And despite all of these difficult times, what's really exciting is that businesses continue to open in Richmond. And so we're really excited that the Factory Bar is now open in Richmond. El Garaje is now open in Richmond. They're also featured in our San Francisco Business Times. The food hall Fridays are now continuing to take place. And I understand that at Bridge Art and Storage Space, there's Tip Top Tonics that sells kombucha. And so there's just a number of emerging businesses that are continuing to open in Richmond. And we are really excited by the vibrancy of our local economy, from very large businesses like we mentioned earlier, UPS, Blue Apron, to smaller businesses that begin out of individuals' homes and then are opening in our downtown and throughout our community. So overall, we're excited that Richmond continues to be a place that people choose to see as a place that's welcoming, that's diverse, and that is available to all those that are interested in calling home. Next slide. So I welcome this opportunity to answer any questions. My contact information is available here. We really are here to serve the Richmond business community and Richmond residents and community-based organizations, and welcome the opportunity to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from council members? Vice Mayor Bates and then Councilor Johnson.
I don't have a question. I just have a complimentary statement to Shasa and her staff. This is one of the most beautiful, comprehensive presentations in reference to what's going on in the city with respect to development that I've seen in a long time. So I just want you to know it's a job well done, and it really brought a lot of attention to the blessings that we have here in the city of Richmond that some of us seem to maybe not be aware of or ignore. So a very good presentation. Thank you very much.
Councilor Johnson.
Yes, Deputy CM Curl, that was a fantastic presentation. And Made in Richmond most definitely appreciate the food hall at Bridge Art Space, El Haraje, and Rue over at Cobiz. They have really great food on the weekends as well. I was just wondering if we could go into a little bit more detail on a few points that you mentioned. I'm curious to know with the 12th and McDonald project, is this out of the DRB process? And then with the Metro Walk Phase 2, which part of the phase are we in with that? And then with Nystrom Village, I know we received quite, a few responses in regards to that redevelopment project. And I'm wondering where we are with that process. And then lastly, I know, you and your staff were great in making sure that we gave this presentation to the Economic Development Commission. But I was wondering if we could, just briefly give the council as well as the public an update on the cannabis equity ordinance, as well as the larger economic development plan that it's a part of. Seeing as though I kind of corralled them to be a part of, the equity ordinance when we were voting to update the original cannabis ordinance. I'd like for them to also receive that update. Thank you.
Okay, I think I heard a total of 4 or 5 things, so I'll start at the top. If I may, Mayor Beck. So regarding 12th and McDonald, my understanding is that they were tentatively scheduled for design review board this month. And so that is my current understanding. If Ms. Velasco, I think, was also going to join this presentation in the event that there was some more detailed questions regarding developments that are in entitlement. Regarding Metro Walk Phase 2, my understanding is that if you may recall, there was an assignment to, I believe the firm is essentially Alexis. They're the firm that has built the terraces. And so they are currently working, staff is working to update the development agreement because that site originally included 99 units. And so there was an extension of that development agreement by Mr. Fox during his previous tenure with the city, and so that is currently in progress. Nystrom, we are trying to schedule a meeting with one of the respondents. They are EAH, and they currently operate Crescent Park, and we have had a number of very unfortunate incidents at Crescent Park in that there have been a number of shootings and people who have been killed. And so before we feel comfortable bringing a finalist to consideration by the City Council, we need to better understand how EAH is going to address safety at Crescent Park and also at Nevin Plaza. And so upon conclusion of those conversations, we hope in the coming weeks, we will return to the RHA board with a recommendation. But those have been impacted by recent activities at Crescent Park and my concerns around those. Lastly, in terms of the Economic Development Commission, we did have an opportunity to provide this presentation, and thank you, Councilmember Johnston, for joining us during that meeting. Our overall framework regarding cannabis at this juncture includes asking our consultant that's working on the Economic Development Action Plan with us to help bring together a broader basket of goods to put together a more robust program that includes perhaps not just an ordinance, but also some practical tools to actually help business with implementation. And so, unfortunately, that is not something that we as city staff really have expertise on, and so we do appreciate that a number of other cities have engaged in those activities, and we want to make sure that when we present something to City Council, that we've done a good job of providing you with something that we think can actually be, that's actionable and tangible, and that will help businesses. And so that is a high priority for us, and we have funding in that contract and a scope of work to commence on that work. And when City Manager Laura Sneidman returns, I look forward to bringing that forward to City Council with more definitively. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, you got all four. Thank you.
Other question, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. One thing that keeps on coming up a lot, and I don't have an answer besides I don't know, I haven't really heard an update up until today, is is there any more of elaboration on what's going on with Hilltop and that project, like ETA, recent conversations, any indication when it's going to break ground? Because it has been something that's come up a lot, and I never really have more of an update besides a developer has been selected and we're figuring out what they're going to do.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Willis, I heard Hilltop and then one other thing after that.
Sorry, yeah. Can you give us more of an elaboration on what's going on with the Hilltop Mall development and the transition around that?
Certainly. So actually, Ms. Velasco and I spoke to them yesterday, and I think the previous week as well. So we're in regular communication with them. At this juncture, we are kicking off a specific plan with them. And in the interim, they're also remarketing the site for bioscience and residential uses. They are currently, LBG currently has the mall up for sale. They've retained marketing and brokers to assist with that process. Walmart continues to be open, as well as Macy's, I understand. And so they are working collaboratively with city staff to reposition that site.
So there's no longer going to be a potential housing development. It's transitioning into another use?
No, they want to maintain the residential components because of the very large surface parking lots. They do want to maintain residential use there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Do we have any public speakers, Madam Clerk?
We do not. We did receive a comment from Cordell Hindler on, it's the same comment for item H3 and H5, that he was impressed with the presentation. And that's it.
Okay, I don't know that this is an action item. I don't think we need. Okay.
There are no more action items.
Vice Mayor Bates, your hand up.
Just a suggestion is that I think it would be highly appropriate if the mayor would introduce this topic and have it aired over KCRT for the general public. And I think it could be refined a little bit to include Councilmember Willis's comment about giving information as it relates to what's going on at Hilltop and what's the proposed plan is. The public need to be aware of what is going on in the city. And I don't think the limited viewers that watch the council meeting represent as many of the community as hopefully a repeat of the presentation over the TV stations. I think that would be a good idea just for you to think about, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll look at doing that. Anybody else? Okay, let's move to the next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is item H4. Individuals that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button. If you're viewing us by video, if you're viewing us by phone, if you're joining us by phone, you press the star key and then number 9. So I'll read the item into record. The opportunity to sign up to speak on the item will be closed. Item H4 is to receive an update of the City of Richmond's draft inventory of all leased and owned properties and designations for surplus land and exempt surplus land. And there are no speakers for this item.
Okay, we have a staff report, I assume.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council members. This evening, you'll receive an update regarding the city's inventory of leased and owned properties and the process in which staff used to determine draft surplus and exempt properties owned by the City of Richmond and successor agency. I'd like to start this evening by thanking our colleagues in Community Development, Lena Velasco and Roberta Feliciano, Engineering, Patrick Phelan, IT, Roy Evron, and in the City Attorney's Office, who's also joining us this evening in the event there are questions, Shannon Moore, for assisting with staff initial draft analysis. You've already heard me talk enough this evening, so Thomas Amolo, the management analyst, who's been leading on this work in collaboration with other city staff, will present this evening and walk us through the methodology used to designate these properties. The level of analysis is extremely complex, extremely detailed, but we think it's important to continue to underscore this is just a draft, and we will work with City Council and City Departments to bring back the final form of this document for approval in December. Thank you so much. Thomas?
Thank you. And we have a presentation from KCRT. If you could pull that up, please. Next slide. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is Thomas Amolo, and I am Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, Economic Development Division. Today, I will be discussing the draft methodologies used to analyze the City of Richmond and successor agencies' parcels to determine parcels which are for city use, which are for our exempt surplus properties, or surplus properties. Through this process, the City of Richmond will be in compliance with State Assembly Bill 1486, which requires that in or before December 31st of each year, a local agency shall make an inventory of all lands held, owned, or controlled by it, or any of its departments, authorities, or agencies to determine what land, if any, is in excess of its foreseeable needs. Next slide, please. To analyze city properties, city staff use ArcGIS. This is a powerful software that allows analysts to display quantitative and qualitative information with maps and figures. The strength of ArcGIS is that one can figuratively stack multiple layers of information based on location that can then be compared to each other. For example, in the figure above, we're able to identify the real world into multiple layers, including land use, elevation, ownership, streets, and residents. With this information, we can begin to see how, for example, ownership relates to land use and existing conditions. Using ArcGIS, city staff created an inventory of all Richmond and successor agency parcels by combining the city and successor agency shapefiles from the City of Richmond's geospatial database. Following this analysis, the preliminary findings are that the city owns or leases 434 parcels. Next, city staff determine parcels that are for city use. To accomplish this, staff uses a spatial join geo process, which combines multiple layers of information into one data set to determine parcels that are used for buildings, parks and open space, water bodies, roads. City staff then cross-reference the remaining parcels against engineering's and wastewater's database of properties to identify other uses for parcels that may have not been captured with spatial join. For example, parcels set aside for open space and subdivision maps, or remnants from road construction. At the conclusion of this analysis, city staff preliminarily determined that out of the 434 city properties, 344 parcels are set aside for city use, and 90 parcels are not necessary for the city's use. Next slide, please. Of the 90 parcels identified not for city use, city staff then reviewed the remaining parcels against criteria for surplus land to determine parcels that would be considered exempt surplus and therefore would not need to adhere to the procedures laid out in AB 1486. A full list of 11 exemptions, A through K, can be found at the conclusion of this presentation, but provided here are 4 criteria predominantly used in this analysis. Criteria B, minimum lot size, was a primary reason for exemption of many parcels. Next slide, please. After the full analysis, the preliminary findings are that the City of Richmond has 17 surplus properties, 73 exempt surplus properties, and 344 properties for city use. Before the City of Richmond may begin taking any action to dispose of the surplus lands, the Richmond City Council must take formal action in a regular public meeting to declare the lands as surplus and not necessary for the city's use. We will aim for the City Council to consider approval on this matter December 1st, on the December 1st Richmond City Council meeting. The land shall then be declared either surplus lands or exempt surplus lands and be supported by written findings. Next slide, please. Properties that are determined as surplus will need to adhere to procedures set out in AB 1486, which include a written notice of availability for the purpose of developing low and moderate income housing shall be sent to any local public entity. And a list of surplus properties will be sent to the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, to be included in HCD's internet website of up-to-date listings of all notice of availabilities through the state. Entities or associations who desire to purchase or lease the surplus land for the purpose of developing low and moderate income housing will notify in writing to the city within 60 days after the agency's notice of availability. Once the city receives written notifications of interest, the agency must negotiate in good faith for a minimum of 90 days to determine a mutually satisfactory sale price or lease terms. Next slide, please. In addition to adhering to procedures set out in AB 1486, after the parcels are declared as surplus, city staff will create a map on the Transparent Richmond's webpage. This map will include all 17 surplus properties and will include a pop-out with additional information on each parcel, including Contra Costa County Assessor's Office parcel map, a description of the site, a one-page notice of availability, and other documents that pertain to the parcels. Next slide, please. In addition to parcels designated surplus, the City of Richmond has an additional 24 parcels that are suitable for repositioning. Of the parcels designated exempt because of their lot size, some parcels may still be marketable, but will not need to adhere to procedures set out in AB 1486. Therefore, the City of Richmond may explore other ways to reposition these parcels. Next slide, please. In a subsequent City of Richmond City Council meeting, City staff will seek City Council determination of the city's inventory of leased and owned properties and to declare certain parcels as surplus land pursuant to Government Code 5220, which is the Surplus Lands Act. Next steps include an interdepartmental review of all the properties and then seeking approval by City Council in December. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions from council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you for the presentation, and I forgot to say this also, last presenters, thank you for the presentation, Sasha. In terms of the surplus land, I know you said that we would, make a decision about this on December 1st, and I'm not using your words exactly, so forgive me, but it sounds like you said we would market and reach out to other entities to build some low density affordable housing, and we're talking about nonprofit developers, community land trusts, or people with that kind of bandwidth. We're not just talking about sending it out just to the open market for people to do whatever they want with it, and it doesn't remain in the community, right? And obviously I'm speaking with a bit of bias, so forgive me.
That is correct. The surplus lands that are designated surplus, HCD does have a list of nonprofit developers that are that build low and moderate income housing. And so this list will be sent to those entities first for the 60-day notice of availability.
Has there been conversations, and if not, is there a plan to have conversation with the nonprofit developer stakeholders in Richmond before that decision is made on December 1st?
We can certainly do that. We can research that a little bit.
And just to clarify, Thomas, December 1st is just the adoption of the inventory under the Surplus Lands Act, correct? I mean, and that is designating lands that are surplus and surplus exempt. So that is the action on December 1st. Those other steps that would need to be taken with the surplus lands would happen later. There's a process of notice and whatnot that would need to go with those.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess my final comment on that, thank you, Rachel and Thomas. It'd just be good just to give them a heads up and reach out anyway. History has taught me that we put these things on the agenda that is not a final decision. And when it comes up last minute, everybody treats it as a final decision. So it'd just be good just to get ahead of that, reach out and get additional feedback. And it might even help us have more of a vision by December 1st. That's my final comment, but thank you so much for the presentation.
Other questions from council members? I had a few. I took a quick look at the list of exempt properties, and my understanding is that being exempt means that the city's not required to market them, but the city could market them, right?
That is correct.
So I looked at a lot of these, and I think they're marketable. You know, a lot of them adjoin other private property, and presumably the abutting property owner may have an interest in purchasing those to expand an existing site. So I would like, I'm not sure which list these were on. I would like for you to take a look at the ones. Let's see, wasn't they? Take a look at the ones you took out from being exempt. I mean, clearly some of them are exempt. I mean, they're like on wetlands, and they're remnant properties from the construction of the parkway. But I think a lot of them are potentially marketable. And the second thing, one of the properties that I've been concerned about are those large open spaces out in the El Sobrante Hills that were probably remnants of a subdivision. Are they in here? I didn't see them in here anywhere.
Those were set aside for city use because they're set aside for parks and open space. Well,
here's the problem. You know, there are two reasons to try to get rid of your surplus properties. One is to try to bring some revenue to the city. The other one is to try to save money for the city. You know, one of the things I found out was that our parks maintenance people were spending a lot of time out in the El Sobrante Hills, trimming brush and mowing grass in those open spaces. And they're not parks, you know, they're not managed as parks, but they suck a lot of time and effort. I mean, in other words, the city's out there clearing those open spaces in the El Sobrante Hills instead of cleaning up the medians in our main streets. And I think we ought to take a really close look at that. I just don't understand why we would want to exempt those. They are not functional parks or open spaces. And then the last thing I want to say is that I think once we get this done, we should make a continual effort to try to market them. You know, one of the patterns that I keep seeing in this city is that we have a piece of property, and it's happened recently with two parcels the port has up for lease. We have these properties, and nobody's doing any marketing at all. They're just sitting there. And then a potential user comes up and says, geez, I'd like to lease that, and here's a proposal. And then the city council says, well, wait a minute. Have we offered that to other people yet? Are we sure this is the best deal we can make? And of course, the answer is no. And then people want an RFP put out, and you know, it just goes on and on and on. And we could get ahead of this by essentially having an ongoing RFP. If we advertise all of these surplus properties for lease or for sale all the time, then if we get a potential lessor or lessee or buyer, you know, we can go ahead and act on it because it's been out there as part of an RFP for months, maybe years. And we don't have to go through the process of doing a specific RFP for that piece of property just because somebody's interested in it. So those are three things I would like to see covered in this exercise.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll look into them.
Councilmember Johnson.
Yes, just building on both you and Councilmember Willis's comments, I'm wondering, seeing as though like we are giving, you know, we're offering these properties at first to, you know, nonprofit developers. I'm wondering, because I also saw on the list commercial properties and even residential properties. Can we also set up some type of marketing plan for local businesses that are either looking for space or, you know, even looking to expand space? I know the Renaissance Center, you know, work, and COBIZ also works with a number of organizations that may be looking for space. And I'm just, you know, thinking along the lines of making sure that if we are marketing these spaces, that we market them first to Richmond entrepreneurs, so that way we can continue to sustain our local business community.
Thank you for your comment. I will look into it.
Thank you.
I mean, ideally, the city should have a page on its website that has all of these properties listed and has all the graphics that are in the staff report tonight, and should have the process, should outline the process by which any potential user can make an offer. We ought to have a standard process, standard forms, whatever you want to call it, where people know how to make an offer. They know who to contact. They know what information they're going to have to provide if they want to make an offer on it. And we should make this well-known, transparent, and actually maybe on a periodic basis send out press releases and other information that these properties are available. Try to generate some activity. The problem we've had for years is that they're all secrets, and nobody's ever made any effort to market them. You know, and there's money to be made by marketing them, and there's also money to be saved by having a private owner instead of the city responsible for maintenance and having it as a liability. Any other questions on this, Vice Mayor Bates?
Some of these properties are the old redevelopment properties, which means that if we do sell it, we're going to have to split the proceeds with various local agencies. But it should not interfere with our desire to try to get these properties developed. One in particular is the one next to Salute's. I don't know what the status of that, but that is an excellent site for either a restaurant or some other, maybe some housing, I don't know. But the question is, are we including all of these successor agencies' properties as well in this potential sale?
The successor agent parcels were included in the tabulation of the inventory of city properties. So city properties and successor agency parcels, so yes.
How many
Go ahead.
successor agency properties?
Excuse me?
Is it 90?
I can get back to the number of successor agency parcels. I do not have that off the top of my head currently.
Okay. Well, in a way, that should be separated so we know. Obviously, we would push as hard as for the properties that we own outright, but at the same time, we also should try to do the same thing with the successor agencies as well.
Since the vice mayor brought it up, what is the status of Parcel FM at Marina Bay?
I love when the camera gets turned to me to provide good news. Ms. Velasco is also joining us, and so my understanding is that there have been some initial discussions on the FM parcels, but I don't know that anything formal in terms of an ERN or anything like that is available. So we, through the next couple of weeks, have to confer with Community Development and City Attorney's Office and ensure that we're complying with AB 1486, and we will be working with the City Attorney's Office to make the appropriate findings. I think it's been in play. It hasn't quite come to fruition, and I don't know, Lena, if you've got anything else you'd like to add on it.
Okay, well, that's a good report and a good start, but we've got work left to do. Any other questions on this?
We appreciate all the comments provided this evening, and staff will work diligently to explore all of them and bring back a good implementation plan.
Do we have any speakers? Madam Clerk, speakers?
No speakers.
No speakers. Okay, let's move on to the next item, please.
Our next item is item H5. Individuals that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise your hand button. If you're joining us by video, if you're joining us by phone, press the star and the number 9 key. After I read the item into the record, opportunity to sign up to speak will be closed. Item H5 is to receive an update on the Department of Children and Youth Community Needs Assessment process. And we do not have any speakers for this item.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Bates, and members of the council. My name is LaShonda White, Acting Deputy City Manager for Internal Services, and I also serve as the Director for the Department of Children and Youth. It is my honor to serve as the Director and to work with many of our community members and internal and external stakeholders. I also have the privilege of working with 3 great colleagues, which provide really awesome support and services to the department. Tonight, you will hear from all 3 of them. They will be presenting along with me, and they will introduce themselves. Next slide. So for tonight's agenda, in terms of what we will present, I'll do an overview, and then I'll turn it over to David Padilla to talk a little bit about the community needs assessment process. Then Guadalupe Morales will walk you through our community engagement and what we've done thus far. Patrick will take you on a quick journey with regards to our data, and then I will close it out with next steps, and we will open it up for questions and comments. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so the Department of Children and Youth was created and it came out of the Kids First initiative that was led by the Investing Youth Coalition. This slide really captures years of work, and the Richmond voters approved measures E and K in June of 2018. And then there was a measure H, a documentary transfer tax initiative, which increased the revenue to help offset or support the general fund allocation for the Kids First initiative. And that was done in November of 2018. The department itself was established in December of 2018. So that's when I was appointed as director. We got David Padilla came on as our 1 full-time staff member. And we soon after were able to present some information to City Council about research and things that we found in terms of best and promising practices in developing a newly formed Department of Children and Youth. So this department and the fund is to support young people living in both Richmond and unincorporated North Richmond. The fund prioritizes 3 groups, so children's ages birth to 12, 13 to 17, so those teen years, and then our disconnected youth up to age 24. The role of the department is it varies. We have a lot of different components. We really worked hard with some of our community-based organizations and looking at promising practices and what other departments are doing to figure out what was our role as a new department. So there are some things listed here, but what I do want to highlight is, number one, we're going to be a funder, and we're going to talk more about that, because a huge part of what we do is to be able to provide funding to both public and nonprofit community-based organizations. But we also want to be a collaborator. We also want to work with both our internal, so city departments that work with young people. As a department, we don't provide direct services to young people, but we want to collaborate and work with other departments such as Office of Neighborhood Safety, Community Services, Library, LEAP, to really bring all of us to the table to talk about how we can collectively provide services to our young people and their families. We also want to collaborate with the school district. So I have had the opportunity to meet on a monthly basis with Martine Blake, who's the Director of Community Engagement. I've been able to present to different staff at different schools through that collaboration. And we've also been able to present to the school board. So we want to continue to bring stakeholders together so that we really can do more than just fund, but make sure we're all talking and working together to reach a goal. Next slide. Another thing that was dictated in the measure was how funding was allocated to support this work. So the measure established a sustainable funding stream to do a variety of different things. It provided a funding for youth serving organizations. It ensured the physical, emotional, and mental health of our young people through this funding. It also ensured equitable distribution of resources to all youth, and then it had a goal to strengthen the diverse assets and resilience of young people and their families, and then supplement rather than supplant existing funding or programs. So as you see from the chart, this highlights and summarizes the funding allocation. So when we first got started, fiscal year 18-19, the measure stipulated that $250,000 was to be set aside to support the development of the department. That was done. We established a separate fund. It's dedicated. We're able to track how much money is spent. And then last fiscal year, $700,000 was allocated. We are currently in a gap year where there is no funding allocated from the general fund to support the Department of Children and Youth. So I've had to spread that $950,000 out over those 3 years to help support the contracts with consultants to help us do some of the work we're going to talk about today, as well as the staffing cost. Next fiscal year, starting July 1, there is a 1% set aside of the general fund to support this work. And then it goes up to 2% the following fiscal year, and then it tops out at 3%, which will stay there until fiscal year 27-28, in which the 10 years is up and the initiative sunsets. So eligible uses of the fund include everything from violence prevention and response to education and job training to youth and family leadership to outdoor education and recreation. We also try to just give a sense of what that 1%, 2%, and 3% allocation would look like based on current fiscal year 2021 general fund budget. So the revenues for fiscal year 2021 is about $165 million. So you can see that next fiscal year, if the revenue were to stay the same, 1.65 allocation would be made to support the Department of Children and Youth. 90% of that will go back out the door to support public and community-based organizations, nonprofit organizations, and providing support to young people. The 10% city staff get to support city staff, so the administration of the department. Next slide. Also stipulated in the measure, which became part of the charter, was to establish an oversight board. So we did a lot of work to do that, and it dictated that we really have a diverse board that represented all of Richmond and North Richmond. So we did a lot of outreach, and we're able to get what we consider a really diverse board. We're really proud of it. We had our first meeting in November of 2019. It's a 15-member board. There are 8 spots for adults and 7 for young people. Earlier, the mayor mentioned that there were 4 vacancies, and those are all for youth. And so, we really are trying to work hard to make sure our youth stay engaged and want to be involved in this board. And so we have established a stipend for our young people. Their time is valuable. So I am hoping that young people are listening, or parents or guardians are listening, and can encourage young people between the age of 15 and 24 to apply to be on our oversight board. And it's a great opportunity, great learning. We provide lots of support, and you can go on our website to find out more information. But our board represents, members represent 9 neighborhood councils. 5 of them are parents to Richmond youth. Multiple languages are spoken. And we have, in terms of educational background, everything from high school students to people with PhDs. And they really work, side by side with us to, they'll be helping us with regards to developing the community needs assessment and the strategic investment plan, and reviewing grant applications and providing funding recommendations to City Council next year. Right. And on our website also, which is really great, we have a page which highlights all of our board members and a quote from them about why they are doing this work. And they've been very engaged with us throughout our whole community engagement process. Next slide. With that, I am happy to turn it over to David Padilla.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is David Padilla. I am a management analyst within the Department of Children and Youth. I'll be speaking on the community needs assessment process. Measure K also dictated that we need to conduct a needs assessment, which will lead to a strategic investment plan. And we would like to bring you up to speed on our work to date and what's upcoming. We first like to highlight our collaborations. So as part of the development of the department and our needs assessment process, we've collaborated with a number of community partners consistently through the creation of the department in this process. Within the city of Richmond, the city has several internal agencies and departments that provide services directly to young people, including but not limited to community services, LEAP, Richmond Youth Works, and they have been a strong partner in our work as well. Also with the West Contra Costa Unified School District, we work with the school district and have presented to their school board so that they're aware of the department and that it's up and running. We're continuing to collaborate with them, and as LaShonda previously mentioned, our department director meets on a monthly basis with the school's district's director of community engagement. We've also had the opportunity to partner with UC Berkeley and have many interns join us over the past years. That includes master's level students and especially working with White Plan and the Center for Cities and Schools, which we will touch on more shortly. Lastly, also to highlight our community-based organizations and community partners, we have developed a service provider working group that meets quarterly. And also would like to highlight that we've entered into a contract with HTA Consulting, also known as Hatchell, Tabernick and Associates, who is supporting our community needs assessment and strategic investment plan development process. And to speak briefly on the community needs assessment, so here you can find more information. The goal is to identify current services available and gaps in services. It is asset focused, so it includes understanding Richmond as well as North Richmond's strengths and resources that families use in our community. And it's centered on community engagement. As previously mentioned, will guide a 3-year strategic investment plan. To go briefly into the community assessment and how it's been impacted by COVID-19. So on March 3rd, 2020, we've entered into a contract with HTA. We developed a plan and a framework regarding the community needs assessment alongside HTA, and then COVID-19 happened. As a result, the shelter in place impacted how we conducted community engagement, moving a lot of things virtually. Yet we've continued to move forward with several community forums and focus groups virtually, which we'll talk about soon. Here you can see a picture from our service provider working group meeting held on April 29th, 2020. This was a co-design meeting, so inviting community partners to help design and understand how we can support and engage with our community members despite COVID-19. And we also have developed a community needs assessment vision and guiding principles. So to help cultivate a community-centered process, we developed a vision and guiding principles for community engagement and the needs assessment as a whole. Our vision is the following. The City of Richmond's Department of Children and Youth will implement a needs assessment and strategic planning process that honors community voice including a diverse range of youth and adults alike, to develop a comprehensive, equitable investment plan that reflects community vision. So on this slide, you can see our guiding principles, in which we were able to get direct direct feedback and make changes based on community partner input. For example, some include community assets are our core strengths. Richmond residents are experts in their lived experience and have valuable insight to share. And we center the needs and dreams of children and youth. And I will now like to pass it to Guadalupe Morales, who will speak more on our community engagement efforts.
Thank you, David. A big part of our community needs assessment process is obviously community engagement. We had to ensure that we engage with our residents and community members on all things Department of Children and Youth. So this meant conducting a multi-pronged approach with our staff and consultants, coordinating everything from focus groups and key informant interviews to online surveys and partnerships with our local service providers and schools. We wanted to get a good snapshot of our youth serving services and the needs of our community. So we'll go into that over the next few slides. Next slide. So as stated in Measure K, if you can go back to the other one. Thank you. Stated in Measure K, the fund prioritizes young people living in Richmond and North Richmond from birth to age 24 who are impacted by harm, inequity, and lack of access to support and services. So in developing our community needs assessment, we made sure to center these youth as our priority populations in our community engagement strategy. This includes groups like system-involved youth, young people who are homeless, foster youth, immigrant youth, LGBTQ youth, and so forth. So we moved forward working in tandem with our service providers, the school district, and other community partners. Next slide. One of the earliest partnerships and data analysis projects that we completed was back in fall 2019 in the school semester. We partnered with YPlan and the Information Technology Academy students at Kennedy High School. Their project for the semester was revolved around the question, how can the newly created Department of Children and Youth best serve all young people in Richmond? And during the course of the semester, they crafted both an English and Spanish survey that they then asked their peers to fill out and share their thoughts on what they think they need in Richmond. The questions that they created asked youth on the types of resources that they use, accessibility, social media, safety, and their general perspective of living in Richmond. And they were very successful. They collected 572 English surveys and 85 Spanish surveys. And we found some interesting trends in the data. So for example, on these charts here, the students who took the Spanish survey were mostly newcomer students at Kennedy High. So most of them have only lived in the city of Richmond for a few years. Roughly 89% of the Spanish respondents have lived in Richmond for less than 6 years. So this and the rest of the concluding data was used to draw up proposals to present to our staff, City Council, I believe, a few months ago, and the general community. So, and we went to their presentation back in January 2020. It was really great to see all the students present their final projects. So there's a few photos of them there. Next slide. And in the policy brief summary that YPlan pulled together for us at the conclusion of the semester, they listed out some short-term and long-term recommendations for the City of Richmond to consider implementing based on the feedback of the students on what they need to feel safe, types of engaging activities they would like to have outside of school, and opportunities to explore their career interests. And some of the examples included having a gaming and technology center, reducing gun violence in the community, having professional development training classes in schools, improving existing programs in community centers. So there's a few listed here, and I believe we have the policy brief summary listed on our website as well. Next slide. And in December 2019, we hosted 45 students from Kennedy High School from the same academy on a field trip visit to Richmond City Hall and the Rise Youth Center to learn more about the various and diverse youth services available across the city. So they got to meet some of our very own homegrown Kennedy alumni, one of who is Troy Porter on the left picture. He's currently a recreation supervisor with our Department of Community Services. And on the right is Tiana Galloway, who is currently serving as a oversight board member. And this day we also had additional presentations from staff who explained how local government works. It was a great learning experience for the students, and a lot of them expressed interest in returning back to City Hall to continue learning about how local government works. So we moved into high gear after a few delays with COVID-19, and planned out our focus groups with several of our priority populations. We wanted to hear directly from youth about the types of services and resources that they currently access or they don't access. So for this, we wanted to include our amazing service providers in this process. So we coordinated facilitator training sessions with HTA. We felt it was important to have them directly involved in this process, as many of them had prior facilitating experience and are adult figures that our young people trust, especially in these vulnerable spaces. We had one group, for example, conduct the entire focus group in Spanish with the S-Nature neighborhoods because of the close connections that some of the staff members had with the participants, and because of the safe space that they were able to provide for them, we were able to get great insight on what their needs were as a Richmond youth. So all in all, our focus groups went very well with the help of our service providers in HTA. Next slide. Yeah, and most recently, we hosted several community forums for community members who didn't have a chance to share their thoughts with us. We hosted 4 throughout the first week of October to provide flexibility for people to join, and we even sent out some mailers to several of our neighborhoods to get further engagement. We use these forums as an opportunity to introduce the department and the work that we do to folks who may not have been familiar with us in the past, and shared some of our secondary data findings that Patrick Seals will go over momentarily. And in turn, the participants also got to share with us the types of services and programs that they have found positively impact their lives and the lives of young people that they know. But they also let us know where there might be service gaps as well, so that our department can look into that more closely over the next few months. Next slide. And as a last push, we created and distributed an adult and youth survey, both in English and Spanish, that we pushed out on our social media pages, Facebook, Instagram, our city website, pushed it out to our school district partners, other community partners, and even added a link on our community forum mailer. We received a total of 114 responses, and it has helped us gather a lot more input on the types of services that young people and families access in Richmond. Next slide. And throughout the past few months, there were some groups that we unfortunately were not able to thoroughly connect with. And this is just purely based on the nature and circumstances of some of our priority populations. We hosted additional one-on-one interviews with youth and service providers that serve young people impacted by housing insecurity and distance learning. These are in addition to key informant interviews that we hosted earlier this year around January, February. And for that, I will pass it over to Patrick Seals, who will talk more about data. Thank you.
Thank you, Guadalupe. My name is Patrick Seals. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the council. When we speak about data, one thing that we have to think about is, why are we going to be showing you the data that we do? So first off, there is lots of data available. And so we had to be thoughtful about how we synthesize that. Additionally, the data that we'll be highlighting, the pieces that we'll be highlighting tonight, are in relationship to the priority populations that Guadalupe called out just a few moments ago. And we hope that this data will provide a foundation for how we enter into the work, or we ground ourselves moving forward. We believe that this data will be useful information to help us determine how we move forward in funding allocations in concert with the community needs assessment, and ultimately entering it into a strategic investment plan and RFP. Finally, we believe that this data will also serve as a quality baseline that allows us to then look at how we move forward, specifically when we consider trends, right? So as the department moves forward, we'll be collecting data from our partners and funded organizations, and we want to see how we can impact and maybe bend the curve in certain areas, specifically as it relates to underserved and often under-resourced community or priority populations. Next slide. So what you're looking at right now is in relationship to our most recent city survey. And we asked residents, which of the following areas should the city prioritize as it relates to supporting young people from birth to 24 in Richmond? And you can see that the top 2 areas that residents currently would like to call out are in relationship to education and training, followed by violence prevention and response. And then you have this bank of responses in relationship to health and well-being, deportation support, recreation and education, leadership, support for our parents and guardians, media, arts and culture, and finally, environmental health. But do want to call out that for residents, their top 2 priorities were, again, education and job training for young people and violence prevention and response. Next slide. So what does Richmond look like and how has that changed? So when we look at it in relationship to race and ethnicity, we pulled some ACS data, and what we can see is that there's been some growth. Or some change over time. Specifically, we can see that Hispanic or Latinx identified individuals have increased over the last approximate 10 years from 35% of Richmond's population to now 42%. And that in contrast, Black or African-American identified individuals have decreased from 28% of the population in 2010 to now just 20%. Those who identified as white have remained fairly constant, as well as those as Asian. And so we can see that there have been some shifts, but overwhelmingly that people of color make up the majority, well over 62% of the residents of Richmond. Next slide. So we have approximately 110,000 residents in the city currently. And what we'd like you to know is that about 35,000 of those are young people from birth to 24. So that is, for every 10 individuals in Richmond, 3 are under the age of 24. Next slide. So when we disaggregate those 35,000 across age and sex, what we see here is that that bottom right corner, you can see that those between the ages of 20 and 24 make up the largest population. And of those between 20 and 24, those who are female identifying are greater. Then we go to the quadrant right above. We have our early schoolgoers here from 5 to 9. And again, you can see that those who identify as female are larger at 3,700. And finally, we have those who are under 5, right? Making up that final bank of individuals who encompass the largest majority of the 35,000 young people in Richmond, with, again, females, those are female identifying at 36,000. Next slide. So what you're seeing here is kind of a heat map or a choropleth, and it's in relationship to poverty. So you can see the red spots there are where you're going to have higher concentrations of poverty. And each dot there represents 10 families in Richmond. And so when we think of poverty, specifically at the federal poverty level, the number that we're thinking at is about $26,000 annually for a family. And so you can see that we have higher rates of poverty in the southern parts of Richmond. They are identified in the Central and Iron Triangle area. Also in North Richmond, you see that it's not as clustered, but it is significant and should be taken into consideration as we consider how to support not just young people, but families. And then you can see near the San Pablo corridor there, we also have higher rates of poverty or concentrations. Again, those each dot representing 10 families. Next slide. Now, if we drill down just a little bit further, what we'll find out is that those families who are experiencing poverty in Richmond, in those areas that map kind of highlighted for us, they are more significantly impacted by single female households. So that is to say that those who are single female households are significantly more impacted by poverty. And so again, this is important information for us to take into consideration, as the first community that a child will ever have will be its family. Next slide, please. So when we think about these young people and our early child or early school goers, what we have to also think about is how parents are gaining support. And so when we look at the childcare demand as it relates to those from our area, what we see is that for the people that need childcare, if we had 100 people in Richmond and they needed childcare, 31 received it. If we had, for our preschool age children, 3 to 4 year old, for those parents, 100 parents that needed childcare, 77% or 77 out of that 100 received it. And if we look at our early child or early school goers here from 5 to 12, if we had 100 people in line in Richmond that had children from 5 to 12, only 46 of those individuals would have received childcare. So we can see that this highlights the need, especially for our early childhood learners and early school goers, that parents are also going to be needing support as it relates to caring for and supporting their young people. Next slide. So as they transition into school, according to our first 5 partners here in Contra Costa, what they identify as that largest apple there in the middle is that they identified that 44% of those kindergartners were, quote, partially ready to begin learning, followed by 29% of those in the West Contra Costa Unified School District were identified as ready. So we have a larger population, or larger percentage of individuals who were partially ready, 29% were identified as ready, and then we had 27% that were of kindergartners that were identified as not ready. And this isn't just related to being able to identify colors and numbers. It also calls out their capacity to work well, to be in a classroom setting, to be distant from parents, et cetera, follow instructions. Next slide. So when we bump this up to our middle schoolers and high schoolers, there was a truth survey that was put out by the district in February of this year. So this is pre-COVID. And these are specifically targeting, again, middle schoolers and high schoolers, and wanting to get a sense of what learning obstacles they have identified. And you can see that in February pre-COVID, what they would have called out would have been tutoring and homework help as a learning obstacle, 45%, and support for planning for college at 42%. We could see that Wi-Fi access is an issue, as well as online learning platforms, mental health, access to food, technology, access support, et cetera. I think, as David called out just a few minutes ago, the impact of COVID, it would be interesting for us to know how this list of learning obstacles might shift, given that we were to inquire of these young people currently, how they feel learning obstacles may have changed. And so, as we look at a lot of this data, again, it is our goal that this provides some information and a baseline for us moving forward. And also want to call out, there is still quite a bit we don't know, and that what we don't know is in relationship to the priority populations that Guadalupe referenced, which again are often underserved and under-resourced. Thank you.
Next slide, David. So thank you. We're almost to the finish line. David, you can go to the next slide. I want to just briefly tell you what the next steps are. So we have walked you through what we have done to date. We developed the department. We established a fund. We have an oversight board, and we are finishing up our community engagement process to help us with the community needs assessment work. So that's where we are right now. What is to come is going to come quickly. We have to, per the charter, we have to have the city council, and on December 15th, this will happen. The council will need to approve a strategic investment plan, which will take all the information from our community needs assessment, from primary and secondary data, which we've shared with you, and pull together a document that will show how we will disseminate or allocate our funding for year one. And so that will happen in December. And then we have to turn right around in January of 2021 and release a request for proposals. And then we have grant distribution. So next slide. This gives you some actual dates for what is coming before you as City Council. And we also will be going to our oversight board to get feedback from them, as well as community and stakeholder engagement through this process. So tonight, we're just providing you with a snapshot on what we have done so far. I mean, a lot more work has went into what you have seen before you, and we're just really proud of what we've done. We still have work to do. And in later in November, what we want to do is bring to you draft components of the strategic investment plan, but also some key findings from the community needs assessment that will develop into the strategic investment plan. Our final approval for the strategic investment plan will be council's last meeting on December 15th. So we plan on coming before you on probably for the next few meetings that you have, you will hear from us so that we can provide information so that on December 15th, the information around the strategic investment plan and how we're allocating funds will not be new. And it will also benefit from input from our oversight board, as well as from community stakeholders. And as I stated, we will release a request for proposals, which is a grant application in January, and we'll go through a process where at the end, our oversight board will be recommending a list of grantees for City Council to approve prior to award in July of 2021. Last slide. So with that, we really want to thank you for your time, for listening to us. And on behalf of Patrick, David, and Guadalupe, we want to thank you. Thank all our internal and external stakeholders also for helping us. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and we also have our webpage and our email address. And I also just want to note and highlight the fact that we have in our past 2 years been able to host 10 interns in 2 years. We currently have 2 that are working with us, both from UC Berkeley, Callie Luke, and Nabil Aziz. And so we just are really thankful for all the work that they've done to help us get to this space. So we are open for questions. Thank you again for your time.
Questions from council members? I had a question. LaShonda, you all spent a lot of time talking about releasing RFPs and grants and so forth. And I think at one time, I thought I heard you say that 90% of the funds would go out in grants. Did I hear you say that?
That is correct. And that's per the measure. We get to keep 10%
so
for admin.
I beg to disagree with you.
Okay.
The Measure K says it says that it deleted the requirement for all but 20% of the funding to go out to outside agencies. It says, and I quote, provide that public entities may provide services under the Richmond Kids First initiative, the Richmond Fund for Children and Youth Act, without being subject to a limit of no more than 20% of the funding awarded to applicants, and without being subject to the requirement that the public agencies act in partnership with nonprofit organizations. Now, I had always understood that, and I read it now and I still understand it, that the city is not compelled to spend any of this money with outside organizations, that theoretically all of these services could be provided by city staff.
I am happy to get a legal opinion on that, but our reading is very different than that. And we have really walked through Measure E and K with the people who wrote it, along with our legal staff. So that 20% initially in Measure E, the Measure E capped how much of the funding could be allocated or available to public entities such as the city. So they had capped it at 20%. What Measure K did was it removed the cap so that now public entities don't have a cap. It's not that they can only receive 20% of the available funds. They can receive 30, 40, 50%, but it's still a process by which organizations get to apply, public and community-based or nonprofits get to apply for funding. And there's a whole process that we have to go through, and it stipulates in Measures E and K that the oversight board provides some support and work in helping to decide which organizations will receive that funding, and then city council makes the final decision or approval for that. But that 20% is only in relation to removing the cap for what public agencies had access to.
Well, theoretically, public agencies could provide 100%, right?
Theoretically, they could, but that is a possibility. I don't necessarily see that only public agencies will not be applying. It will be public agencies in collaboration with community-based organizations. So the measure also stipulated which public agencies had the ability to apply on their own. All public agencies cannot. So all of our departments can't apply on their own. Some of them have to apply in collaboration with a nonprofit as stipulated per the measure. The school district cannot apply on its own for funds. It has to do so in collaboration with.
Wait, it removed that. It said the requirements that the city set aside. Wait a minute, let me back up here a minute. Oh, here we go. And without being subject to the requirements that the public agencies act in partnership with nonprofit organizations. So that was removed. Now, look, at the end of the day, the city council can do what they want to do. But my recollection is that there was a significant amount of opposition to Measure E, and it was rewritten. And one of the things that people objected to, including city employees, they objected to the idea that all this money would go out to nonprofits instead of going to city employees. And so they wrote Measure K to remedy some of those problems, including this one. So I've never been a fan of this. I'm all for spending more money for services to young people. I mean, I think all of us are, but truth be known, this whole process from the beginning was an effort. It was an effort to take massive amounts of public money and transfer it to nonprofits so that they could provide services that public employees could provide. And so what I see is, even though the cap has been removed and you're perfectly able to keep this money in the public sector, that the plan is to farm it all out to nonprofits, which is what they wanted in the beginning. That's, the nonprofits are the people, they wrote this and they backed it and they got it passed so they could feed out of the public trough instead of going out and raising money like they're supposed to. So I'm not happy about this. I don't know if other city council members, they may think it's great, but I was always under the impression that once we remove this, that our city staff, and we might have to actually staff up for some of it, that our city staff would be providing a large number of these services. So I'm upset to find out that you're going to farm it all out to nonprofits.
And it's not up to us as staff. I just want to point that out. There's clearly, Measure K did remedy some of what you're talking about, but not everything, unfortunately. So I'm happy to provide more information about once you merge Measure E and K and you look at the charter language is actually really clear about what Measure K actually amended. So I'm happy to provide additional information.
Well, the language is what it is, and I'm reading off the city's website right now. So I don't want to get in an argument with you about this. I just want to tell you that for one, I'm very unhappy with the direction this is going. Very unhappy. Okay, any other questions from council members?
No questions, but I do believe there should be some clarity here. So would it be possible to bring this back and have a better look at it with legal?
We will be coming back anyway, November 17th, so we can provide additional clarity about what the measure stipulates as part of the charter.
City attorney, you're here. You have an opinion on this right now?
I was just going to say we'd be willing to, we'll work with Ms. White on that and look at that issue. I don't want to offer an off-the-cuff opinion right now. I haven't not studied the Measure E and K language changes specifically, but we can work on that and bring that back when you next bring the item back.
I don't blame you. Okay. Any other questions on this? Vice Mayor Bates?
Yeah, I looked at the budget, and It indicates that in 2021, 22, I think, that the Kids First is to receive 1% of the general fund. And if it's at $165 million, that means 1.6 million. And then in 23, 24, is to receive 3%, which represents 4.8 million. Is that an arbitrary amount of funding for this program, or is this flexible and depending upon our budget process can be either reduced or whatever?
So right now, this is based on how the measure was worded and passed by voters. So it's part of the charter, and the only way to change it is to go back to the voters. So per the charter, it stipulates 1% next fiscal year, 2% the following, and then tops out at 3%. So we don't have flexibility to change that without going back to voters.
So in 3 or 4 years, $4.8 million is going to be devoted to this program.
As written, currently correct. If you assume a $165 million budget.
Well, it's probably going to go up in 3 years. So anyway, that's a lot of money.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Johnson.
I didn't really have a question. I just really wanted to take this time to lift up the entire presentation. I think Deputy City Manager White, as well as Patrick, David, and Guadalupe did a fantastic job at presenting where we are, especially the part about the data, the disaggregated data about, where our young people are in relation to other parts of the county. That was very disheartening to see. And so, I'm very happy that you guys are willing to bring it back so that way we can all get on the same page in terms of charter language versus measure language. But I did just want to take time to lift up the entire presentation and, say thank you for pulling that together for tonight's city council meeting, especially that part around the data. And, just as in my new role as the California Policy and Government Relations Manager for Jumpstart, early education and early care, seeing how we could improve those numbers locally is most definitely a personal, personal point of mine. So be looking out for an email from me in regards to that.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilman Meyer.
Just quickly, I just wanted to also lift up and applaud staff for the presentation and just point out a couple of things because I think there's still confusion. I mean, I hear what Ms. White's saying as recognition that city could still potentially access some of this money for city services. They just have to go through the grant process like everybody else, and there's maybe some details about that. And then the second thing, my understanding is that there was actually some language in one of them, the second one. I think the second one is K, right? E is the original. There was some language in K that allowed us in financial straits to delay some of the payments, correct?
That is correct, and we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm just so folks are aware that is there but the numbers are set because that's what the numbers are set in the ordinance. But yes, in financial straits, we would have the ability to, if for example that 3% was too much and and it was going to make a difference, there would be the ability to look at it.
That is correct.
Anyone else? Questions? I just want to add too, I thought it was a great presentation. I thought you guys have done a lot of good work. The only objection I have is that I'd rather see this money go to city employees and go to nonprofits. This is not an action item. I don't think it requires a vote.
No. You're correct.
So I think we're ready for item I.
I just wanted to also mention that Patrick had on a really nice bow tie during that presentation.
Our next item is item I, and it's
Thank you.
Reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Anybody have a report?
I just was going to mention, still my understanding, anybody on staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but Early voting is happening Friday, Saturday, and Monday. I understand it's on Saturday. It's from like 9 to 5. And I believe Friday and Monday, it's 11 to 5 or 11 to 6. I forgot the exact time. But for those of y'all that have already filled out your ballots or registered to vote but never got a ballot in the mail, go to the Richmond Auditorium and Hilltop Mall parking lot to cast your vote.
So teeing off of that, I have a question for you, Madam Clerk. I got an email today from somebody saying that all of the ballots had been stolen out of the collection box at City Hall. Is that a possibility?
I have not heard that.
Well, I
don't think so.
I forwarded the email to you. It really didn't sound plausible to me, but I'd appreciate it if you'd respond to it. Okay,
I will.
A lot of people out there trying to discourage people from voting.
Right.
That was Danville almost.
Okay, anybody else have a report? Going once? Going twice? Thank you. Vice Mayor Bates.
I just like to ask that we close the meeting in honor of the legendary Joe Morgan, who was an Oakland native, a good friend of mine, who also was a Hall of Famer and a World Series hero with the Cincinnati Red, called the Red Machine. He was an outstanding local person who contributed greatly to not only the Oakland community, but he made contributions to Richmond as well. So thank you for that opportunity to close the meeting.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. Have a good evening.
Night.
Good night and good luck.